How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is the second post-episode 1 live stream. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Whew, it has been a good afternoon. Very good afternoon into the evening. I am jonesing and ready to go. I am pumped up. Let's see. Let's get everything all squirreled away on my end. Make sure everything's looking good. I see there's a whole mess of chat out there, and I'll catch up with it here in about 2 seconds. Let's see, make sure everything is golden on my end, green, everything is good. Minimize that. All right, let's catch up with the chat, 'cause we got a lot going on already. We have just started, and I love it, absolutely love it. Jody, hey, how's it going, bud? Hope you had a fantastic afternoon and into the evening. Can't wait to get started, buddy. Oh, same here. Same here. We got a lot going on. As you can see, we got some equipment in front of us. Oh, I'm pumped. I'm excited. Tuck, how's it going? Hello. So hyped for the stream. Oh, I am too. I am too. Jody says hi to Tuck. Tuck says, hello, Jody. How are you doing? Jody says, pretty good. David, hey, how's it going? Hi, everyone, and hi, BDD. First question would be, do you live near where the map is? Could do a really nice real-life versus Farming Simulator 22 comparison map. Would be awesome. That would be pretty cool. Now, I don't live anywhere near Alma, Missouri, but I'm actually not aware of any close-to-home farms. About the closest I could say that I lived by in Farming Simulator 22 is I used to live in Michigan about 20 plus years ago, and the Frankenmuth, Michigan map is about the closest one that I could say I lived next to, with kind of finger quotes behind that. So it's just one of those where I'm not a fan of that map, although it's a good map. It is a good map. I don't personally care for it just because I lived in Michigan. I would go to Frankenmuth all the time. I said this before several times on the channel. And the map itself doesn't do the area justice, in my opinion. And that's, again, nothing against Taylor Farms. I think that's who made it, Taylor Farms. I could be wrong about that. Nothing against them whatsoever. It's a Farming Simulator 22 map. But it's just one of those where there was so much potential for it to be, something like it. And only because I used to go there all the time. I used to be in and out of that area constantly, because they have a really nice Christmas store in town there called Bronner's. And Bronner's is just this Christmas mega store. And I used to go there all the time, way back when, and actually went there about a year and a half ago. Yeah, about a year ago. Last time I was up in Michigan, and it's just an awesome town, awesome history behind it. It's got very good like a German ancestry behind it, hence Frankenmuth. And it's got like really cool kind of details. Like one of the pictures that you load into the screen, the load-in screen for Frankenmuth, it shows that kind of highway banner over the roadway there. That's a real thing. And I was so disappointed because I was really hoping that, I saw that picture. I'm like, maybe there's some references. Maybe there's some kind of cool little things that we can see when that map first released. And as I'm going around doing my tour and all that stuff, like I said, I was just disappointed. It was a kind of a missed opportunity, in my opinion. But that's just one man's opinion. Let's see. Let me continue to catch up here real quick. And actually, before I catch up, if you're out there in the chat, go ahead and give yourself a shout out, just like Jody, David, and Tuck has done so far. Because without it, I have no idea if you're out there or not. It's just completely without a roll call system. So I just don't know. Just do not know. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to do something. Give me just 1 second. Literally just take me 1 second. All right, that's better. Sorry about that. All right, so let me catch up with the chat real quick. We've got Tuck saying, I'm good, just got home and ready to enjoy stream with my drink next to me. Ooh, nice. Jody says, This is my favorite map in the game, 100%. I'm right up there. It's between this map and Frontier, my two favorite maps, and they always kind of switch. Now that I'm doing a Let's Play series on this, though, it might be permanently on top. I think Alma is like the top tier what to shoot for when making a map for this game. Let's see. Jody says, oh no, I'm sorry. Tux says this is a good map. Jody says I'm playing on the same amount. I think it's supposed to be the same map tonight. Daddy Dave is here. Yes, he is. Jody then says, real good night. My #1 YouTuber channel buddy. Nice. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. And harvest on some wheat on Missouri. Nice. We're actually going to be doing some harvesting ourselves here, as you can see here. Let's go ahead and get going. We've got a canola harvesting contract on field number 22. So, third person. Can't. I'm just guessing here. Oh, this is brutal. How? Oh, okay. Well, all right. I'm sorry. I've said that I was gonna no third person views. I can't do it without it. Wait a minute. What's going on? Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. That's better. I kept saying, I'm going to do first person. I'm going to do first person. What's the first thing I do when I get into trouble? Third person. Here we go. Oh, goodness. Like I said, I am absolutely pumped up tonight. I had a really, really good day. Just got to spend time with the family. Just got to hang out and relax. I even took a nap today. I haven't taken a nap in years. It's been so long, and I just whoa. Okay, you're in a very large combine, and obviously you can't drive in the middle of the road. Oh my goodness. There we go. That's probably just about right. You know what? Here, let's do this. Oh yeah, look at that. That's almost perfect. That's almost perfect. Right about there. Okay. Now we're talking. We will learn. We will learn. He can be taught. What a crash. That was a good one. Whew. I tell you what, that's the one thing. I mean, I understand why it happens. I do. But it does kind of drive me nuts in this game is you've got these massive bits of equipment here. This harvester by itself is probably what, 10, 15 tons is just a kind of speculative guess. It's massively large. It's huge. And compared to a car, even a pickup truck, you're talking maybe 1, 2, 3 tons, like at the most. Which one of us is going to win in that one? Come on. Oh, I better watch out the road sign. But just one of those that it's something that always kind of drove me nuts. I understand why it happens. I understand why it just sends you, catapulting back. But still. Let's see. Got another sign coming. And then see, we're obeying traffic. Oh, hey, he had a turn signal on. We're doing good. We're doing all right. We had the one little mistake, but we're going to get there. All right, so 22, I think it's just after this big group of trees here. Let's see. Can I see? No, of course you can't see anything behind you. Oh, goodness. This is going to be like our biggest challenge right here. I was saying it earlier today that this is going to be where I'm going to struggle the absolute most, is with the harvesting. Having this big old harvester, the big old header on it, all in first person. I'm going to have to kind of fiddle around and try and figure this out. Let's see. Is this all 22? Oh, this is all... Oh, wow. This is all 22. Okay, well... So I'm guessing about right there, maybe? Wait for traffic to get all clear. Come on, here we go, here we go. I see my opening. Oh, I kind of overshot that one, didn't I? Oof. And just a keys. Oh wow, all those like you see all those animations in third person view, but you don't really get to appreciate them until you're in first person. Gotta unfold the harvester. Aha, look at the canopy opening. Let's see. All right, so let me catch up with the chat and see what's going on right now. So, Jody says, I do third-person views sometimes. Love the Colossus Harvester. Oh, that is... They just put out an update for that, too. The Colossus pack is amazing. They just put out an update, and it had the addition of grape and olive technology in it. That is awesome. Being able to have the Colossus pack and having the bigger capacities, the higher horsepowers, and all that stuff is amazing. I'm so glad that they did that. And I think it's one of the first times where anybody's put out any like real significant value to the grapes and to olives. Now, there's been packs, don't get me wrong. There's been packs, there's been other mods and equipment that works with the olives, that works with grapes and things like that, but nothing to really kind of revolutionize and really make it like kind of nice for everybody to go into. And that one there just really kind of tipped it over. Tuck said, what is your favorite EU map? Oh, so probably would have to be, let me think. I mean, Maypole Farm, like I said, has a real soft spot for me, especially after completing the whole Let's Play series. Let me see how this is looking for. Oh, that's not... Okay, that's not looking too bad, actually. I was really kind of worried about it. I was really going to kind of mess that up, but that's actually not too shabby. Okay. So I can kind of keep a pretty good eye from it in here. So I'll likely do a headland or so and then allow the worker to kind of take off, because that's going to kind of be necessary, because I'm going to have that big tractor and trailer that I'm going to have to tote around. Speaking of which, where's that all going? Oh, it's going to town. Okay. Let's see. There's Maypole Farm. I really like that one. There's, let me think. Oh, you know what? Completely blows Maple out of the water. Bally Spring. I absolutely adore Bally Spring. That one there, and it has everything to do with not the renovation. What's the right word I'm looking for? The animals. The animals. Them making and kind of frontiering the whole modified animals is just spectacularly amazing, in my opinion. Having ducks and not sheep, goats and adult and babies, and just have everything kind of go through the actual life cycle is spectacular. Not just kind of represented with one adult animal and then you kind of have to tag along and follow along with how it would kind of age, you know, using numbers, not using actual physical characteristics, I think is fantastic. And just the map itself, let's take the animals out of it and how revolutionary that was. Let's take that all out of the picture. The map itself is solid. It is a beautiful map. It's got nice, beautiful scenery, some really cool details in it. I was on it just the other day for one of the updates, doing a map update for it. And I had realized, because all I've ever done on there are map tours and updates, and I never noticed it before, but there's a giant old castle on there. That's all like ruins and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I never noticed that before. But it was just one of those that, I mean, you really wouldn't unless you were kind of bombing around and doing your own playing on it. So I just so happened to go running up a hill to go look for something, and sure enough, there it is. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I never noticed that before. And again, it's just those kind of cool little details like that that always set a map apart for me. You know, that's why I absolutely adore map makers like Cavalier Roy, like Zero Ito, like Celebuki, is that there's all those details, those little things that don't have to be in a map, that are not necessary to be there, but they're there because they add to the immersion. They add to that kind of believability of being in that area, of it being real life. I might be able to get away with just doing one headland. The more and more I kind of look at this... Oh, I think I just missed my first little tuft there. So I think I'm doing all right for my first real go at first-person farming. I think I'm doing okay. I kind of have my head pitched off to the left there so I can kind of keep a close tab on the map edge. And I always forget how generally low yielding canola is. You know what? I might just do two. Oh, I am kind of... There we go. I might do two passes on the headland here just to kind of make sure that I give the AI enough space. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. What I really love about this map too, that I think is kind of a really awesome detail that not a lot of people I think would notice or necessarily appreciate unless it was pointed out, are the cars, the vehicles that are running around. Anybody who lives in America would recognize a lot of these cars and vans and trucks that are kind of just driving around on traffic splines. You know, like the pickup trucks that drive around. I mean, it's just that cool little detail, those small things, those small, not significant things that just adds to the immersion. Let's see, so I see that the comments are coming in. I need to take a look at them, and I will here very, very shortly. Yeah, I think I'm doing all right. I don't think I'm missing huge chunks that I could be getting. I mean, I see that the belt sometimes, you know, doesn't pick up everything or has a little, like, space there at the end. I'm making small little adjustments, and I'm not seeing any major tufts or anything go passing by. Like, I've only seen that one. Wow. This... You do not get an appreciation how big this field is until you're on it. Like, holy smokes, look at this. This is crazy. This is an 82-acre field. Like, that's just mind-boggling to me. I am glad that they gave us this harvester. It has a good big hopper on it. Figure, what, like 14,000 liters, I think, is what it can hold. Holy smokes. It just feels like this is going on and on and on. Like, I cannot get over how big this field is. Alright, well, we're almost full. Let's see. But yeah, let's see. What other good EU maps are out there? Like I said, I'm very partial to Cavalier Roy and their maps. Riverview Farm is also a really nice map. Valley Springs, there's... you know, here's a good old one by Zero Ito. It's the... is it European Countryside? That one's a really nice map. New Mini Brun. New Mini Brun, I love that one. That one's a really nice, it's a small map. But very, very gorgeous, and it's got a lot of undulations in it that really kind of, for the size of the map, it's really surprising just how much of the undulations are in it, and how much it, whoa, 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 I wasn't paying attention to how much I had. Okay, well, alright, let's go get the tractor here. All right. Before we get going, though, let me catch up with everything that's being said on chat. So we've got... Oh, wow, I missed out on a lot of stuff. So we've got Vortex also saying, can you not change the FOV? Field of view. Yes, so there are options to where you can kind of change that stuff around. I believe it's in, like, the start menu. Before, but I just didn't have time to kind of check it out before coming onto the stream tonight. It was just one of those, just didn't have time. Wow, that's a big field. You figure I started over here and made it all the way over to this edge. That's it. Holy smokes, this is going to take a while. Let's see. We've got Jody saying there's a lot of large fields on this map. There absolutely is. It makes a lot of money on the contract. So this contract is like 60 grand or something like that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, 60 grand. This is going to catapult us very far in just this one kind of contract here. Got a 5 million. Yes, it does. That was really, really cool. Saskatchewan, hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I saw that you hopped in on the chat earlier, but it was right when we were signing out, so I didn't get a chance to acknowledge it. But thanks for hopping back on again. Hope you're having a fantastic day. David says, does the map Avenue Small Animal mod? Does this map... I don't think this has the animals, the other animals. I think these are just standard on this one. Saskatchewan says, I'm going to concert in April 20th. My first one. Oh, nice. Which concert? Let's see. That's one of the best European maps. I agree. Valley Springs, definitely up there. Definitely is like the top in my opinion. Saskatchewan says, I just got my RC, yeah, that's right, you were saying this earlier, the TRX Wide Max fixed and picking it up next week from the RC shop in Saskatoon. Nice. Let's see, respect y'all, don't make fun of anyone, be nice. Yep, 100%. I can plow fields with landscaping edited in XML file. It's PC only. Gotcha. And Sosnovka. Sosnovka is a good, beautiful map, but the problem with Sosnovka, in my opinion, is that it's too much like FS19. Especially because like all the things that are on there are just sell points. There's no real like productions per se on that map. So it just really makes me feel like it's just stuck in FS19. But it's a gorgeous map. It's an absolutely beautiful map, and it really kind of gives you that really kind of almost like Eastern European or that kind of vibe kind of thing, like the Cold War kind of feel to it, or the aftermath of the Cold War kind of stuff. It's like that kind of architecture, that kind of building buildscape that's on there. Just kind of gives you that kind of vibe. And yeah, it's nice. It's a really nice map, but makes me wish that like the bakery was a production bakery, but with that same kind of architecture. I think that was a really big miss on that map in particular, and several others that could have been brought up to par with the FS22 kind of engine and mechanics, but just were kind of left behind. So let's see. I think I can use the second driveway that I come across. That is the one nice thing about being in first-person view is you can really see the signage that's along the side of the road and really kind of get the detail of that as well. Yeah, see, I can skip this first entrance but come in the second one here. Here we go. Look at that. Ah, this is so cool. Like it's definitely different. It's really different being in first person. And for those people who've done this and are like, you know, why is he making such a big deal out of this? You know, it's like because I've only ever really played in third person. And coming into first person, there is a huge dynamic, a huge shift in trying to do this. Oh. Turn that off. Oh, hey, I parked real close. Real close. Holy smokes. All right, let's catch up real quick. So we've got Jody saying small details make a map. 100%. Sosnovka is my favorite. Hey, more power to you, bud. More power to you. Like I said, my only issue with it is that it just feels like it's something that we had in FS19. That's literally it. But like I said, it's a good, solid map. It really is. Also says, when Riverport coming out on FS22? I don't know. I don't know if that one's coming out. I mean, you figure we're really kind of getting towards the end of FS22's lifespan, so I'm not sure how many more big maps are really going to be coming out now. How did add the worlds on stream screen? How did add words? Are you saying how did I add the words on the stream? So are you talking in the upper portion of the screen where it's talking about the BDD farmhands and the memberships? Is that what you're talking about? The scrolling text? Let's see. Jody says Riverview Farm is a real good map. I'm playing in the play on it one day. It is, yeah, it's a solid map. Riverview Farm is real good. There's a couple other that Cavalier Roy has done too. They're really solid too. Let's see. There's Riverview Farm. There's Maple Farm. There's, oh goodness, what are some of the other ones I cannot think of right now? We can do a quick look up real fast. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it real fast. Riverview. There we go. Cavalier Roy. And Glen Lathan and Ebony Island are the other two. So he's got a total of 4 for all platforms right now. Glen Lathan is also a really good one. Ebony Island, I like it, but the other 3 I think are far better. But no, Ebony Island also is real good. Like I said, I really like Cavalier Roy and their maps. Like they make really good maps. And based on what he was saying in a lot of our live streams and whatnot, he makes maps first and foremost that appease him, and then will hopefully appease others, kind of thing. And that's a great way of doing things. Like if you're happy with what you put out, then it doesn't matter if somebody else doesn't like it, kind of thing. It's as long as you're happy, then you're golden, kind of thing. Let's see. Let's see. Saskatchewan says, I just placed 22 haylofts on my 16x map in FS22 on PC. Wow. It's 22 haylofts. That's intense. I'm going to see Dallas Alexander in concert April 20th. And Dallas Alexander, I don't know who that is. I've never heard of them. We'll see y'all. Got to go watch hockey. Hey, have fun with that. Edmonton Oilers, nice. Have fun with that. Actually, I think the Wings played tonight, or was that yesterday? Well, good luck with your team there. Hopefully they do good tonight. I know they had a really big win streak there for a while, and I'm not sure if they kept it up or not, but they were doing really good. Oh, Ravenport is in testing now. Oh, nice. All right, Saskatchewan. There we go. Those are words. Hope you have a great night. Take care. Let's see. Ravenport is in testing. Oh, well, nice. That's awesome. And now that I'm caught up with everything, oh, that reminded me. I wanted to see. I turned on crop destruction, but I didn't know if it actually worked with contract fields or if it's just my fields. That was one thing I was really curious about. And yeah, crop destruction on. Oh, periodic plowing. I want that on. My economy's set to normal, right? No, I want normal. What is going on there? Why is all this wonky? Weird. All right, now we're good. Let's see. That. Yep, the pipe is back in. And now... haha, there we go. Alright, well, like I said, this is actually going better than I ever expected it to. One of those where I was really just expecting this to be very, very bad. Like I was going to be missing whole patches, or I was going to be just doing all sorts of wacky and goofy stuff. But so far, it seems to be going okay. I was expecting on like the next go around, as I'm doing the second headland and whatnot, that I'd just come across these big old patches of areas that I missed on the edge, and you know, somehow I wrote my name in the middle of the field. I don't know how I got out there, but hey, there it is. Dave was here. You know what? That would be really funny to see. I would get a big kick out of that if I saw somebody actually do that. Just took their harvester and just wrote their name right in the, like, so and so was here in the middle of the field. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. I would get a big kick out of that. Oh my goodness! But I am a grown child, so that's one of those things that probably would only entertain me. Who knows? Maybe if I had a big old mega field or something where I could just get a harvester and just kind of go out there and, you know, just write my name right in the middle of it, that would be hilarious. Oh, just good times. Good times. Tell you what, if somebody wants to undertake that and send me a screenshot of it, please do. Please do. Send it to any one of my social medias. It's listed on the screen below, because, yeah, I would get a huge kick out of that. Do it on a map where you don't have the crop destruction turned on, where you're not going to destroy tons of product that you need and whatnot. But, and tell you what, if you want to get really fancy and go out there and like do some kind of art or some kind of imagery somehow. You know what? People are far more creative than me when it comes to like art and stuff. I know somebody could go out there with a harvester and just make like a Picasso. I don't mean that seriously, but somebody could make something that would be pretty special, pretty cool. I think that would be hilarious. Oh, now I want to see that. I want to see that really bad. Oh my goodness. I would get a huge... I would literally... If I was taking a drink of something, I would do a spit take. If I was... Insert anything. Insert anything. If I was doing it, it would just be just complete showstopper at that point. Now, what I'm curious about is that these little areas, these like grassed areas right here to my left, are those kind of runoff areas? Like, do those flood or get filled with water at some point during the year? I'm curious. The only reason I'm asking is because if I owned this field, what would stop me from plowing this out and making this just one part of the field? Like, to me, it seems like it would just make sense to have this as part of the field rather than having it as grass kind of thing. I don't know. Just based on what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it'd be like a riverbed or anything, like a part of like runoff or anything. I mean, maybe that's what it's supposed to represent, but I don't know. I'm rather curious. Let's see. Catch up with the chat real quick. So we've got Jody saying, I love the stone picker, picks up lots of stone. Yes. So there's that one by, what is it, Mac Trucker, I think? That one is an amazing mod. Love that one. And that is going to be my best friend here on this Let's Play. Let me tell you what. Like I said, I'm going to do semi-realistic work here. So I will use items that would work in reality, but not necessarily mods where it's going to have ridiculously large oversized capacities or anything like that. But I know that mod doesn't exist in real life, and it might push the boundaries of, you know, what you would the kind of spirit of the Let's Play series I'm trying to do here. But I think that it's still within the bounds of good taste, in my opinion. So it's one of those that I think I'll be okay with using for this series, but I don't know, only time will tell. Because like I said, I don't think that's like a realistic mod. I don't think it's real, like with that kind of wide arm span or wingspan on it. But I think that all in all that it would be still within the realms of reality. I think. I'm not sure. Let's see. Jody says, I got your name on my farm. Yes. Yes, I do remember you doing that, bud. I appreciate that. I really do. I thought that was really cool. When you sent me those pictures, I got a huge kick out of it. I ran and showed my wife first thing. First thing is like, oh, look at it, check out what Jody did. I got a huge kick out of that one, bud. I appreciate it. And I feel, there we go. See, that's how I can kind of tell when I'm too far over, is you can see it kind of spitting onto the belt there, and if a part of the belt isn't getting full or isn't getting product on it, then you know you're too far over to the left, and then if you're too far over to the right, you're missing tufts. So you're kind of having to play in this balancing act almost of too far in one direction, too far in the other direction. I'll tell you what, I'm really happy with how this is going so far. So far, so good. And we're almost full again. Holy smokes. And what I really love about this map too, something that I've been noticing from time to time, when you get up to these like wooded areas here, you get these really nice bird calls. You can just hear the birds just kind of tweeting in the background, and it's just so cool. I absolutely love it. Again, just small details like that that can really elevate and really bring a map to the next level. When you get those kind of details, when you get those kind of little things that 99% of the time most players are not even going to notice, not even going to pay attention to. Oh, and there we go again. I'm not paying attention. There we go. Make sure I'm not going to clobber something over here. Nope. Nope. Looks like we're good. All right. Yes. All right. So each one of these fills up just over a quarter of the capacity of this trailer. So that means that we're going to have 2 and a partial unloads. Yeah, 2 and a partial. Yeah, see, look at that. I mean, that'd be the, if I owned this field, this would be the first thing I do is cut that part out and bring in a plow and just expand that little area there. That would be like number 1 on the agenda. Did I get it? Oh yeah, it's dumping. Okay, cool. All right, nice. So far, so good. We're two for 2. Let's see. Jody says, I love mods that make the game easier to play. Yes, 100%. It's really, really nice when we get those mods that aren't necessarily realistic or whatever, but they can just make the game go that much quicker and you can get on to the next thing. Now, there is kind of a balancing act, especially, I mean, for me at least, because it's one of those that if all I'm doing is trying to get to the next thing, then it takes out that kind of struggle factor that I think that some people will kind of, appreciate seeing. Like, this Let's Play series is intended to be a struggle. Not a struggle. That's not the right way to say it. It's intended to be tougher than the normal of what I do. I'm not going to use straps for lifting up pallets. I'm not going to be in third person view. I'm going to make mistakes, especially, like I said earlier, especially when I get my hands on a front end loader and I'm having to lift pallets up and I'm having to do things like that. Doing harvesting like this, is different for me. Like, this is really kind of a trip for me, and one of those where I did that on purpose, kind of thing. So it's nice when you have those kind of times where you can struggle, where you can push through. Like I said, when we were playing on Maypole Farm, we got to the point to where it was the gluttony phase, where it was just, I wasn't struggling for anything anymore. By episode, what was it, 22, it was just, I had everything that I needed, and I didn't need to go out and do anything else. Here, on the other hand, I can really start to, expand and do things. I can do cotton harvesting, which I could have done in the last one, but it really didn't make sense for that geographic location, at least in my opinion, to do things like cotton. And none of the fields had cotton in them. It was specifically kind of, quote-unquote, edited out, because I think that Kevin Leroy specifically didn't add those to any of the fields, like as a base. So it was one of those, I didn't feel like it'd be appropriate to do cotton or anything like that, which cotton is, a hugely expensive to start up, but once you get started, you make tons of money off of cotton. It's really, once you get the equipment for it, it's easy to go from there. But it's just one of those where really couldn't do much else other than try and spend recklessly, and it was just one of those that just didn't seem to be going anywhere beyond that. So one of those that we ended up ending it, quote unquote, kind of earlier than what I normally do, because normally I try and go for about 30 episodes for a Let's Play series. But then I got to thinking about it too when I was finally comfortable with the decision of ending it. Not only do we do Let's Play episodes, the numbered episodic episodes, but we also do live streams like what we're doing here. And I was looking at the playlist, and we had over 50 different bits of content on Maypole Farm. And it was like, whoa. When I really got to thinking about it, it's like, you know what? I think it's okay to move on, because like I said, basically we had 50 episodes where the shortest episode is like 40 minutes, and some of the let's plays, or the live streams I should say, are 2, 3, 4 hours long. So we had quite a bit of content on Maypole Farm. So that's when I finally realized, it's like, you know what, I'm okay with calling it where I did, kind of thing. And it also made more sense because I was used to, up until that point, only doing Let's Plays, like the edited, recorded episodes. And when I realized that, no, really, you've got like over 50 plus episodes in just this one playlist alone, and realized just how much time was actually put onto the map, that's when I was like, okay, it kind of made more sense as to how I got so far into the gluttony phase, as I refer to it. Because, like I said, it's at that point where you're not struggling for anything. You're not needing to do anything other than to just kind of go year in, year out. And that's when, as a content creator, it gets repetitive, and it gets, for lack of a better word, boring. It's hard to, do your third, fourth, fifth, sixth season of harvesting the same products or things like that, unless you're, like I said, when you have that struggle factor, like what we're doing now, where we're starting out with next to no money and no property, only having forestry work to be able to do, and contracts and stuff like that, you really, this I think is more entertaining for me to play and for everybody to watch, rather than me. It's like, oh hey, I just bought my 20th harvester today, rock and roll. One of those kind of things. Let's see. I do see that the chat is moving along, so I'm gonna catch up with that here very shortly. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look right now. So we've got Jody. Nope, I already read that. Will T Gaming. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey, what's up? I like your content. I really like your map tours. Do you do mod reviews? So right now I don't do mod reviews, and the only reason that is because I'm a husband, I'm a father, and that takes priority in my life. I also work full time outside of YouTube, so I really only do the YouTube content from like 9:30 after my daughter goes to sleep until I crash at 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I have to get up for work the next day, kind of thing. So one of those, I just don't have enough time in the day to dedicate to do Let's Plays, live streams, map tours, map updates, shorts, and mod reviews. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if the channel keeps growing and we keep doing well, maybe one day that's something we can grow into and do mod reviews and things like that. Maybe in a format similar to like a Mr. Sealy P or Looney Farmer, I think. Loon Farmer. I know he has Marvin the Martian on his splash screen. Something similar to that. But that's also the kind of the balancing act too, is I don't want to necessarily step on another YouTuber, another content creator's toes like that. So it's one of those that I do Let's Plays because I can make them unique to me. I can do map tours because I can also do them in a unique kind of way, and it's with my own kind of style and flair. But I don't know if the mod reviews or whatnot, if I can, I don't know, maybe I'm pontificating too much on it. But long story short is, I hope to be able to dedicate more and more time as the channel grows, and to be able to do bigger and better things as the channel grows. But I really appreciate it. I really am glad that you're enjoying the content and that you like it. I really am glad to hear that. Will T also says, what is your favorite pickup truck in game? Oh my goodness. So I think by far and away, one of my favorites are the ones by 82 Studios. You've got the TLX 2022, which is a really nice new looking truck. You've also got the TLX, like this. Wait a minute, my pipe is still out. Let's put that away before we bash it on something. Um, the one that kind of looks like kind of retro. That what is it? Kind of like the 70s, 80s pickup truck style. That one I really like. I also like the Rumble van. That one's a really nice mod because it gives you the ridiculous storage capacity for all your products right within the van itself. That's really cool. But I mean, like I said, for looks and for versatility, it's the TLX vehicles all the way. You got the Phoenix semi truck. You got the what are the other ones? Why can't I think of them off the top of my head? You got the Phoenix. You got the, is it the TLX 9000, the cab over one? Yeah, 82 Studios I think makes really, really great mods. And, ooh, are we back? We're at the back. We made our whole trip around. It only took 3 unloads. Yay, we did it. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, look at that. This is great. This is really good. I'm so tickled pink with this. We're just about full again. Hey, I paid attention that time. Look at me go. Now I can pull the pipe out. Oh, that's my pickup truck. Let's see. I'll go ahead and unload, and I'll read the rest of the chat. So made one full lap around, and then I have to kind of figure out what's going to be the best way to set the worker off. I'm probably going to have to set the worker off in chunks almost. I'll probably send them east to west, starting kind of where I'm at there, up in the kind of northwest portion. I could send them north and south, but there's a little outgroves and little funky areas where if I'm not careful, I'm just going to miss those outright. So I think it'll be better to go east to west to start. Yeah, definitely going to have to kind of break this into chunks when we set the worker off. And I probably could get away with setting the worker off right now, but I'm going to do a second headland just to kind of make sure that we're, you know, really good. There we go. We're getting there. Holy smokes. 80, I think this is an 82 acre field right here. This field is absolutely massive. There it is. There's our harvester. Okay, so let's kind of come right here. Haha, there we go. All right, let's hop back in, and then I'll catch back up with the chat. All right, so we've got, let's see, Will T says, what are your top 7, top 7 favorite DLCs? Ooh, that's oddly specific there, Will. Well, my favorite DLCs, let's take a look. So probably up there would be the Platinum and the Premium expansions, just because they brought so much to the games, I should say. They're just up there, in my opinion. The other ones that I really like, let's see, excluding the Platinum and Premium, the Kubota, that one's really sharp. I really like that one as a DLC simply because the ability to have passengers on there, I thought that was really cool as an additional concept. And then probably the Gavile. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3. The Govile was nice. Pumps and hoses. You know what? Let's trade that out. So let's go Platinum, Premium, Kubota, Pumps and hoses. So that's 4. Pumps and hoses, again, I like that. I haven't used that much, and I really ought to, but I really feel that it's more for small farms and whatnot, that kind of the pumps, reels, and hoses and stuff. Let's see. Then we've got, 4. 5 we'll say is the Vermeer. I liked Vermeer pack. That was really cool, and that brought the first, like, ready-to-use self-powered baler. I really liked that one. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then hay and forage. Let's go with that one. There we go. I will answer your specific 7 with those 7. Let's see, Jody. That's what I love about this game. You can play the way you love to. Absolutely. I love to harvest fast because it makes it easier. And that's it. That's exactly it too, because how you can play this game is just really up to you. If you want to do fast farming, you can do fast farming. If you want to be so meticulous in the ways that you want to farm, like if you want to do everything super ultra realistic with no breakage of reality, you can do that too. And I've seen gamers out there, I've seen YouTubers out there who play in that style. Now, me personally, I don't have the patience for it. I don't, because if something goes awry, then I just want to get it done kind of thing. And I know that I don't have to be limited by reality. You know, we're not playing in it. So it's unless I put in these kind of stipulations right at the beginning, like I did here for this one. I'm doing everything in first person. I'm doing everything semi-realistic, where I'm not using straps. I'm not using those kind of over capacity, over limitation vehicles and things like that. You know, we're going to stick with a mostly realistic style of gaming on this one. But that's because I wanted to make it a little difficult, a little bit tougher for me. So we'll kind of go with that. Love the Kubota DLC, same here. Enjoyed that series Maypole map. Oh, I greatly appreciate it, Jody. Greatly appreciate it. I really enjoyed playing on that map. I really did. The amount of detail on that, specifically around the way the map is laid out, having to go through all the drives and the hedge work and all that stuff, and being able to just kind of go to that level of modularity that is not available on, I think, any other map, is just second to none. That is one of my favorite maps because of how modular it is and how you can really customize it to your own liking. You know, if you want to blow out every single hedge on that map, you can do it. But it's there if you want it to be there. And after adding the collisions that Cavalier Roy did in the most recent update, I tell you what, I actually really appreciate that. Because before I was finding myself just cutting through the hedges to get from place to place faster. And it wasn't until they added the collisions where I was like, okay, well, I can't do that anymore, so I have to learn the roads. And that was my problem, is I wasn't learning it. I was specifically taking the shortcuts, and I was taking the easy way out. And once they kind of took that away as a way of doing things, I was like, okay, well, I have to learn. I have to figure it out. And I did. It took me a while, but I did it. Let's see. Will T says, my top 7 are 1 Oxbow DLC, 2 Kubota, 3 Vermeer, 4 Pumps and Hoses, 5 Horsch, 6 Farmall, 7 tied between Precision Farm. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot about the Precision Farming and the Straw Harvest. Oh, man, that's a bummer. Yeah, those would be in the mix too. Now I'd bump out a couple for those two as well. Will T says, my birthday was on the 21st. Oh, well, happy birthday. Well, happy late birthday. We're a couple days removed. But happy birthday. Hope it was a fantastic one. Jody says, what kind of work you do? Well, I do... it's basically coding. I work on reports, building reports and project management, things like that. So one of those where I'm responsible for basically gathering up all the necessary components from an individual to figure out what it is that they need to be able to make their job easier, kind of thing. And then I present them report or a query or something that's going to fulfill that void that they're missing. So I'm basically a big number cruncher, is what it boils down to at the end of the day. Jody says, happy late birthday. Looney Farm Gaming, the Looney Farm guy. Yes, that's it. That's it exactly. Will T says, thank you. Jody says, this is definitely a great family channel. Come watch great content. Greatly appreciate it, bud. I really do. Will T says, my favorite pickup is the Chevy Lizard Silverado. That is a sharp looking mod. And it is a good looking truck too. I will give you that one. They do have like the Ford version of the, what is it, the F-150, but I think that you're right there. The Silverado version is much better looking. Let's see. Will also said my favorite semi truck is the Mack Superliner X. That's a good one too. That's, again, I think that's also 82 Studios put that one out, and that's a good one too. What is your favorite harvester? Mine is the Kloss Lexion US version by SIID Sid. Modding. Yeah, the Kloss Lexion is a sharp harvester. Me personally, I'm into case products. The reason that is my father, he used to work for a construction company way back when we lived in Michigan, and they had lots of case products. It was all like the heavy duty construction equipment, but it was just what I was used to growing up, kind of thing. So I just kind of always had an affinity for that. And my dad used to take me out to the construction sites, and I would, you know, be able to kind of check out all the big, like, massive loaders and oh god, what else? Like they did a lot of like road construction, so they had a lot of road equipment. And he was a mechanic, so he got to do a lot of the, like, he was the engine mechanic, so he would work on a lot of the engine stuff. And he still has a lot of tools from when he did that kind of work too, and those tools are massive. You imagine just how big some of these bits of equipment are. Now imagine the tools that you need to be able to work on them. He has this one wrench. This wrench was probably, I think he said it was like $750. It is a massive, beastly wrench. It's probably the size of my whole arm, like in length, and the head on that wrench is probably as big around as my shoulder. It's just massive tool. And he used to use that thing, you know, all the time, every single day, working on this equipment. It's just ridiculous. You know, but you figure you need big tools for big equipment like this. But you know, that's kind of why I've always been kind of a case fan, is because I used to see them all the time growing up. You know, you used to be when I was a little kid, when I was really small and really didn't well, not that I didn't know any better, but that I just didn't really have an opinion other than, ooh, it's a pretty color, and that's basically what it boiled down to. I used to be a big John Deere guy, or John Deere kid. You know, I think just about every single kid, especially, you know, here in America, I think just about every kid is like, ooh, John Deere. You know, it's very recognizable brand and tractor, brand of harvester. You know, that bright green and yellow. It's just really borderline on the obnoxious. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a very good way. Like, it's a very bold color combination. That you know, bright yellow and green combo, you know, it's very sharp. It's a very sharp looking combination, but one of those where I've mentioned on the channel, I really, especially as an adult, fell out of love with John Deere because of the, you know, right to work issues that they went through. Right to repair, sorry, not right to work, right to repair. That they were spearheading there for a while, but they seem to really kind of roll that back and get better about allowing the owners to be able to do the repairs and do the things that they need to do to their equipment. So I've rolled back on that. And as a business owner, as somebody who can kind of understand from that mindset, I could understand why John Deere would want to do something like that. I could understand why any company would want to do something like that. It's an opportunity to try and make more money. But it's one of those, like, it's not really ethical. It's not really a good way to try and make money. So that's just kind of how I always saw it. Let's see. So get to this little edge here, and then I'm gonna catch up with what everyone's saying. But yeah, the Claas Lexion, that is a sharp looking harvester too. Again, a very bold color combination, that kind of bright green and white with bits of red throughout. Like, that's the one thing that I really kind of appreciate when it comes to a lot of our agricultural manufacturers, is that they really kind of go bold with their color combinations. Like, you look at Kubota and the bright orange. It makes sense though to have that as your color, because you want your equipment to really kind of stick out, kind of thing. And just really just kind of, that is a general statement. You know, you want your equipment to be able to stick out and really kind of be noticed. And I think Case kind of goes in the opposite direction. Like, you get the bright red bits of equipment, and it's a real sharp looking red. I do like the red on Case, but when you look at that compared to Claas, or you compare it to John Deere, you compare it to New Holland, even, like when you compare it to all those other ones, like, it's a very understated color, the red. So let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here. So we've got, let's see. Read that. What's your favorite harvester? I've read that. Will says, do you do slurry in game? I do, and the best slurry spreader, in my opinion, is the Velmetal pack from Custom Modding. So I do slurry spreading every once in a while, manure spreading, specifically because, and really the only reason, because I play with the precision farming mod. If I played like base game, I don't think I'd ever touch a slurry spreader or manure spreader ever, because you really don't have to. You can kind of get away with just putting down your first fertilizer layer, then do a lime layer, and then another fertilizer layer, and then you're done. You don't have to do lime, or I'm sorry, you don't have to do slurry, you don't have to do manure. So it's one of those where you can kind of get away with not doing it, and you have less equipment, less things you have to buy, other than, hey, this is something I want to do. There's no reason for you to have to do it. Now in precision farming though, you don't have to do it, but if you want that kind of better score, the better precision farming score that you get, then you're encouraged to do so. And you're encouraged to do so in a very specific way, to where you're going to use that, the John Deere manure sensor, or the fertilizer sensors. Like, you're encouraged to do it in a very specific way, to where you are going to optimize your scores. And it's cool. It's really nice, because it doesn't force you, but it does certainly encourage you to utilize those sets of equipment you wouldn't normally have to use. Let's see. So we are almost ready to unload again. I tell you what, I'm really happy with how well this is going. I was really expecting this just to be an absolute, I don't want to say it like that. I was expecting this to be a horror show. Just me missing all sorts of, product, and just leaving tons of stuff behind, not noticing. And so far, I think I'm doing okay. Like, I don't mean to sound like I'm tooting my own horn too much or anything like that, but I'm really happy, like, with how it's all working out. And I tell you what, being in first person view, you really get a real good appreciation for the dirt and stuff. Like, yeah, you can see it here as I step out if I'm in third, but you don't really get to see it. Like, let's take a look. Third person, yeah, you see it, but it's not really not really noticeable per se, but you in first person, you see it all on the windows. Like there's some mods where you can actually see your boot prints on the floor. That's pretty funny. Like I like that. And again, just small details. Small details. All right, let's get to boogieing. I tell you what, though, I do have a soft spot for JCBs. I know they're not really a manufacturer that you see over in the States too often, but I do like them in game because, hey, 45 miles an hour. Come on. Come on. Who can say no to that? If you want to get from one place to another quickly, this is how you do it. And I just realized I'm going to have to take a load up to the sell point. So right now we don't have any means of storing any product. I don't have a silo. I mean, all I have is a pickup truck and a chainsaw. That's the only bits of equipment I own right now. So I'm just going to sell everything. I'm going to sell everything, and that way we can just kind of make whatever money we make and be done. We'll be good to go at that point. So what I'll do is I'll unload. I'll take whatever I have to the sell point. When I take it back, I will then come back, finish up the second headland, and then we'll get the worker going and kind of go from there. I tell you what, this is going really, really good. I'm happy. I know I keep saying it, and there may be people out there who's like, well, why are you so impressed with yourself, or why do you think this is so? Because I never do this. Short answer is I never work like this. So this is kind of the first time where I've said, you're going to do it this way. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat. So we've got Will saying, I'm running a massive dairy farm on Alma, 5,300 head of wow, 400 hours. Holy smokes, that's awesome, bud. That sounds like one heck of a map play right there. Will also says, my favorite Case IH harvester is the Case IH Axle Flow 250 series by custom modding. My favorite John Deere harvester is the S700 series by custom modding. I tell you what, custom modding makes some good mods. 100% with you there. And both of those are really sharp mods too. First person is the best. It's one of those that I'm really starting to grow accustomed to it. I'm really starting to kind of find my niche with it so far. Now I'm 1 episode and 2 live streams into this, so I don't have a lot of experience with it, but I'm growing in appreciation. Now where I think also I'm gonna have some struggles is when we do things like plowing and stuff like that, kind of figuring out where the best positions are going to be. Now I will figure them out. You know, thanks to Mr. Sealy P, I've watched tons of his Let's Plays and whatnot, and it's just, he's explained how you can kind of pick a portion of the tractor to be able to kind of identify where you need to be in relation to the next row or the next kind of placement point kind of thing. So, you know, case in point, you know, if you're looking down the center of my hood here, you see the little ridge right there in the middle of the hood. So you can use that as a kind of a center point to the left and right of your road here, as just an example. And then when you get a plow or something behind you, you kind of figure out, okay, well, this is where it needs to be in order to get the full capacity of that specific thing. And then you pick some point on the tractor that is going to be like your reference line, and then you just kind of keep it kind of straightened up with that reference point, and then you're good to go. So big shout out to Mr. Sealy P. I know I talk of him often, but that's, you know, just something that I learned from watching him, and it really kind of makes sense. I mean, if you're, you know, used to driving or anything like that, you tend to do that. Like my dad, perfect example, he has a massive pickup truck. It's a GMC one of those GMC 3500s. It's an absolute beast of a pickup truck. And driving that thing for the first time, I learned very, very quickly where my reference point was, so I knew where exactly I was in comparison to the rest of the road. Ooh, that's the only bad thing about this, is that when you're fully loaded out, you kind of get that wobble. Let's see. I think it's on the other side. I think it's back here. Let's see. Grain sell point. That's what I'm looking for, I think. Grain sell point. So where? Oh, for some reason I thought this was the train silo. Okay, well, it's telling me to go here. Okay. Alright, well. Or maybe the silo's over there? Huh. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, the silo has to be over there. Alright, yeah. 18%. Oh, snake my way through here. Here, let's go out this road here. All right, perfect. And then we'll get back to the field and get back to work. That's the other thing too. Being in first person like this, it forces you to slow down and to pay more attention to traffic. Whereas where I was in third person, I would be able to see a lot bigger kind of portion of the periphery, so I could judge whether or not I needed to stop or not, or try and wait for traffic. So it's nice. It kind of adds to that layer of realism. I like it. I'm so far I'm enjoying it. But it's one of those, I don't know if I'm enjoying it because it's new, it's like a novelty kind of thing, or if I'm enjoying it because I genuinely enjoy it. I think more time will tell with that one. I wonder why the stalk on the left side is flickering like that. Do y'all see that? The only thing though is you do get these tractors like this one here where it's got these pillars that are right in your line of sight. One of those, I wish there was one component in this game, and I think it's really missing on that component, is being able to shift around in your seat, to be able to not only just look around like I'm doing here, but to be able to like lean forward. That would be a cool addition to the game, is being able to just lean in your seat to be able to look around pillars and stuff like that. I don't know, I think that'd be pretty solid. Alright, so let's get back up to here. Yeah, I think I'll empty out the harvester fully and then kind of go from there. Yeah, so far I'm not seeing any big misses or anything like that, so I think I'm doing all right so far. Oh wow, and the harvester was still on too, even when I was gone. That's cool. And alright, let's catch back up. So Will says you're doing good, I appreciate it. Also says, what are your top 4 favorite maps? Oh man, so this one I think is definitely number 1. In my opinion, I think this one is number 1. Number 2 is going to be tied either with Bally Springs or Frontier, both of which I really enjoy. I really love Zero Ito and their maps. Their attention to detail is what I really genuinely appreciate for Zero Ito. those small little things. Like I said, I'm an absolute details person. So Frontier is, I think, really cool because of the whole kind of post-apocalyptic angle that it has to it. But if I had to change out for another Zero Edo map, I'd be very, very comfortable in changing out Frontier with the Green Valley. Really love the Green Valley. Again, it's those attention to details that I really appreciate that Zero Ito brings to their map. Valley Springs, like I said, is right up there. And fourth would probably be... oh, goodness. What is that map called? Why am I blanking on the name of it? Alright, I'm going to have to look it up because now it's just driving me nuts. Save. Let's see. Where's my ratings? There's my ratings. Galgenberg. Galgenberg 2.0 would be my number 4. Really, really enjoy that map. It is a absolutely gorgeous map. And that's, you know what? I was asked earlier about my favorite EU maps. That would be up there as well. Galgenberg 2.0. But that one's really sharp. I really like that map because of just the aesthetics to it. The kind of topography and the landscape is just top tier. And it's a good mixture between having the kind of small farms and big fields and large farms and small fields. Like it's a good mix of all the various different types of farm that you can have. So those would probably be my top 4. Let's see. Will says mine are 1 Alma, nice. Iowa Plains View, that's another really good one. Love Iowa Plains View, and have done a Let's Play series on that one that I really enjoyed doing. Stone Valley, that's another good map, and Edgewater, Saskatchewan, again, another great map. You got some good maps there. Will says, I'm sorry I'm being... No, hey, no, not being annoying. The whole point of me coming on and doing live streams like this is so I can come on and talk to people. Come on and hang out and get jobs done like this. So no, not annoying whatsoever. One of those that I highly encourage anybody and everybody to come on, have fun, talk about whatever we want to talk about kind of thing, with few exceptions. There are a few exceptions that I do not appreciate being talked about on the channel just simply because of how divisive they can be. Politics is one of them, religion is the other, and I have no qualms against either one of those things. It's nothing bad about them. It's that, you know, want to be just as open a space as possible kind of thing. So whenever you tend to talk about either one of those things, it tends to drive people away in one direction or the other. So we try not to go into those specific topics because people have very strong opinions on both. So other than that, I'm completely down with having conversations about anything, and I'm very glad and encourage people to sit here and just talk and have a good time kind of thing. Let's see. Will also says, and I've got to make sure that I'm paying attention, what are your top 6 things you want to see in the next farm sim? So one thing, I was mentioning this earlier, one thing I would absolutely love to see is the adoption of the production points from maps such as Silver Run Forest and Zelonka. And what I mean specifically are the roller coasters, the boats, and the pianos in those 2 maps. The ability to see the kind of gradual progression of the product that you're building, I think would be amazing to be able to do for all products that we do. So I was saying earlier, it would be really, really cool to see, like, if you are doing cheese as an example, you bring the milk, well, then you see the kind of automated productions and the slow kind of changes over time of those cheese bricks being made, kind of thing. I think that would be really cool. Another, probably a better example would be like the sawmill. We got to see in Silver Run where the sawmill took in product, took in the wood, and then eventually it would be really cool if not only we got to see the end product, so the walls and all that stuff, but seeing like general stages being performed for each one of those things. I'm not saying we need like full cinematics or anything like that, but something how it was done in Silver Run, like when building the boats, where you would see kind of one rib, and then the next rib, and then the next rib, and so on and so forth over however many days, weeks, months, whatever. And eventually you've got yourself a boat, kind of thing. That I thought was so very cool, and I was incredibly disappointed when neither the roller coaster nor the boat were made available to us to be able to do. Now I understand why the boat wasn't available. I get that one because it had the animation that would launch it into the lake. I completely understand that, not being able to add that portion of it to it. That's understandable. Now I'd be satisfied with it being out of the workshop area, being finished building, and then it just disappeared after that, and then it was sold automatically. I would love being able to see modders being able to build something like that and be able to kind of build up the productions around that. I think that would be really slick. I also would love to see just kind of a general enhancement to like the productions themselves. And what I mean by that is being able to have a more kind of straightforward understanding of the productions themselves. So what I'm referring to is like the cycles per month and things like that, and the amount of quantity that's available in the production point. You know, being on console, I can't see how much product I have in any specific, like I can see how much is in there, but I can't see what the actual capacity of said production point is. Now I know that for PC players, they have mods that allow you to add that ability to where you can see what the maximum is. That'd be nice if it was just a small enhancement to be able to just add to all consoles or all platforms. That would be cool. I'd also like to see what were some other good ones I heard along the way? I had like 2 or 3 of them at the tip of my tongue there, and then I just kind of started rambling about the animated productions, and now I lost them. Oh, I gotta pay attention to that total. There we go. Oh, it would be really nice to be able to have like more sets of animals, more farmyard animals, similar to like what we got on Valley Springs, but as like part of the base game. That would be really cool. Not even necessarily like, or you know what? Let me roll that back. I don't necessarily need more varieties, but what Valley Springs did that I genuinely appreciate, really love, is that they made it to where you can actually see animals grow through their life cycle. That is, I think, an absolute mandatory in the next version of Farming Simulator. not just having the number representation of them and being represented with adult animals, but actually being able to see them grow through their life cycle, I think would be awesome. And a huge, huge addition to all maps. If they added the additional animals too, I wouldn't cry about it. But start out with being able to have babies and then middle-aged and then adults. That would be really cool. And it is an awesome addition that Valley Springs did. Being able to see them kind of, be able to see when you get new animals because they're babies is amazing. So that's another ad I would love to see. I'd love to see, let's see. Trying to think, what was the other one I had? Tell you what, I'm gonna take a minute on that one, trying to remember what it was that I'd love to see, and then we'll kind of go from there. Let me catch up with the chat though. So Will says, I want to see season like in FS19, manual attach baby animals, GPS, more in-depth animal feeding, and multi-terrain, like being able to get stuck in mud. I also see alfalfa silage base game. All those would be awesome additions. The one thing that I don't necessarily think would happen per se are things like the GPS and the multi-terrain, just because of the limitations on consoles. So I'm not 100% sure if they would do all those as base game items, but I could definitely see them being nice. Alfalfa would be a nice product. That's something else too, is adding more base game products. We started out with, not a whole heck of a lot. And I'll be honest with you, I was really happy to see grapes and olives being added this year, but I really feel like those were just underwhelming additions to the game. I don't feel like they got any kind of appreciation or love. And it might be because of the difficulty that you have for actually doing them, and especially the amount of yield. You don't get a lot of yield out of either one of these products. So you're basically having to do a lot of work for very little payoff. So I think a lot of people, when they first saw the mods for being able to use the greenhouses system to grow those, I think a lot of people flocked to that very, very quickly. But I would love to see like more base game products. Alfalfa and rye were Tritical were three things that you saw pop up in a lot of mod maps this year in FS22. I wouldn't mind seeing those as kind of base game products. I would love to see alfalfa as another base game product. I loved doing, what was it? What was the Italian map that I played that was super, super buggy? Wow, I cannot remember what that map was called. If anybody can remember that, the Italian map that I did before Maypole Farms, please shout it out, because for some reason I am absolutely lost as to the name. Wow, that is Hills of Tuscany. There we go. That's what it was. Hills of Tuscany. It had alfalfa on there, and I really enjoyed doing alfalfa on that one. Or no, wait. Am I thinking? No, I didn't do alfalfa on that one, did I? No, I think it was Iowa Plains View is where I did alfalfa. Was it? Now I'm not sure. Now I'm not sure. I think I just confused myself, which happens way too often, more than I'm proud to admit. Let's see what else is being said here in the chat. So we've got Jody says, I want to fix some of the fried. Want to fix me? Oh, Jody. So speaking of fried chicken, I made some killer chicken wings earlier today. So I went to the store earlier today and saw that they had a pack of whole wings. It was like, I think they were like 16 wings, like whole wings for, I think it was like $10. I ended up picking that pack up, and I had to split, like break them down, split them up, which left me a whole bunch of wing tips. We ended up buying uh, like a rotisserie chicken as well, because I was going to break it down and use it for lunch tomorrow, use it in salads and for my daughter's lunch and whatnot. And I ended up using the wingtips and the leftover carcass from the rotisserie, and I'm making some chicken broth. So I'm making chicken broth right now, and I made some awesome wings tonight. Holy smokes, were they delicious! I ended up doing some buffalo wings, and I made some homemade blue cheese dressing. Ho, did that turn out good! And then my wife, she's not huge on buffalo. She's not really big into spice. So I ended up for her making some of like barbecue wings. And she uses this barbecue sauce. It's by, I think it's called G Hughes. It's like a sugar-free alternative to barbecue sauce. They use like Splendas instead of sugar. And yeah, she absolutely loved those wings. And then I also, with dinner tonight, I also decided to make some fries. And I tried a different way of making fries. I've never tried this before, but it didn't turn out the way I was hoping for, but it was my fault. I screwed up. So I took a potato, right? And I got this little fry cutter, so I made it into fries. And what I would normally do is just throw it in the oven and cook it. Well, the problem with that is that it doesn't really cook evenly, because oftentimes your middle is underdone while the exterior's overdone, kind of thing. So you don't get a good kind of fry all the way through. You don't get that nice crunch with the fluff in the middle, kind of thing. But what I found out is that if you take your potato and boil it for like 10 minutes, right after it's cooked, or after it's cut up and cut into fries, then you cook it, you pat it dry, and then you cook it. It turned out like it didn't turn out the way I expected it to, because I screwed up. I cooked it with the chicken at the same time as trying to cook the fries. So I think it did more dehydrating than it did cooking, but I could absolutely see it working if I just cooked the fries and not the fries and the chicken all at the same time, kind of thing. So I'm gonna try it again and see how it turns out, because I'm curious and I'm interested. I think it would work out very nicely. I guess they call it parboiling is what it's called. I've never tried it before, but I think it has some merit. I'm gonna try it again and kind of report back. But yeah, chicken wings. Oh, that was so good, so good, with that homemade blue cheese dressing. And I tried something different this time. So normally when I do homemade blue cheese, what I do is I'll take some sour cream, some blue cheese crumbles, and some parsley, salt, pepper, and a little bit of garlic powder, and mix that all together, and you're good to go, kind of thing. But this time I wanted to try something a little bit better. Instead of sour cream, I used Greek yogurt, and I also used some cottage cheese. I did probably about a 3-to-1 mixture between not sour cream, between uh, yogurt and yogurt and cottage cheese. About a 3-to-1, maybe 4-to-1 ratio. And I put it in a blender, blended it all together, and it turned out legit. I was actually really happy with how it turned out. I added a little bit of milk because it was still really thick. So I wanted a little bit more kind of dressing kind of consistency, that kind of thin consistency. So I added a little bit of milk to it and thinned it out a bit, and it turned out so good. That paired with the buffalo wings, whoo boy, it was good, so good. Let me see. Let me catch up. Jody also says, "How much is a field? How much of the field have I gotten done?" Well, let's take a look. So I'm getting ready to get to my second headland here. So we're still chugging along. We've got quite a bit to do, but we're getting to a point where we can start setting the worker off, and we can kind of go from there, kind of thing. We're not going to have to babysit it as much as we've been doing right now. And I actually didn't even realize, but yeah, we're really close to where we started. So let's get the worker going, and then I will go from there. Let's see. So like I said, I think kind of an east to west version, like this. All right, nice. I think this will work out better. Now I could do, like I said, I could do north to south, right? I am doing this kind of direction. I could do north and south, but I think what's going to happen is if I did north and south, I'd get to this area here and I'd miss a bit here. I'd, certainly kind of, I'd be afraid of missing chunks to where if I do east and west, I'm going to get pretty much everything all in one pass up until about here. And then it's going to kind of sweep on down to here, and it's going to miss this secondary bit here. But then I can kind of set it going east to west, going to this way, and it's going to miss this chunk here, and then I'll reset it and go down here. So I'll basically break this field into 3 different chunks and kind of go from there. I think that'll work out. Oh, no, it looks like the worker's already missing chunks for me. Ay, ay, ay. All right, well, let's go ahead and fire this up. Let's see. Miles says, hey, everyone, and how's it going, Miles? Hope you're having a great day so far. I will go ahead and continue with reading as soon as I get to unloading. I'll be able to go from there. But no, I think that'll be kind of the best way to get this particular field, is just working kind of in sections and in kind of an east to west direction. I think that'll work out better than if I try and go north and south. Yes, I might get longer paths, longer kind of runs, and have to do less turnarounds and stuff, but I think in the end it'll end up missing more chunks, and that I'd have to back up and find and all that stuff. So I think this will be a lot better for me. So let's see. So where is that harvester? I might go and grab those little chunks that it missed for some reason. I'm gonna go ahead and drive into the field. That's fine. Okay, so go ahead and turn off the worker for right now. Unload this. All right, let me catch up with the chat. So we've got Will also saying, what is your 2 favorite small tractors? Mine is the Class IH Farmall 1066 Hydro from the Farmall pack of the Giant Software, and John Deere 4020, 4010, 4000 by EY Modding. Those are all really good. Probably my favorite small tractors. Let's see if I've got them here. I like this one here, the Lizard 6205, just because it's got the kind of ridiculous, which one was it? No, wait, that's not right. Maybe it's medium tractors? Yeah, okay, here it is. So yeah, I mistook it, but there's different tractors in different sizes, but this is basically the kind of pack, because it gets all the way up to, yep, it does get up to here, and it gets up to like 400 horsepower for this tractor here. But small tractors, I do like the kind of, that one there, as well as, I'm kind of partial to this Valtra series just because of the kind of continuity there is with this Valtra series. Let's see. But you know what? I'm also kind of like I said earlier, I'm kind of partial to the cases. So I do like me the Farmall series there. I do like that one. I also like the is it the Puma? Actually, you know what? Let me see. I don't think I have it. It reminds me very much of the Steyr here, but I don't think I actually have it. Yeah, the 1066 Hydro, that is a nice one. Maxim, that's the one. That's it there. Yep, the Case Maxim, I do like that one. I think that is a slick looking tractor right there. Love it. Let's see. We've also got Miles saying, Terraform base game so we can fix things with equipment without as much limit. We all have to fix ground at some point. Yes, that would be cool. That would be a good addition. Jody said Hills of Tuscany. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. Will also says, what is your 6 favorite medium tractors? Mine are the Alice Chambers Series 6000 by Julian F. Modding, John Deere 7M Series by Agrotonio. We got Case IH Magnum by 8900 Series by Caceres Modding. So medium tractors, I would have to go with, let's see. I do like this one, the New Holland T7 series. I do like that one. I like New Hollands, just the look of them. I think they're very slick, and I love that blue. I just think that's a really sharp looking color. I've always really liked those. I also like me the this one, the Deutzfahr 8 series. Like this one just because you can go, a little bit faster, and I love that Warrior edition. The Deutzfahr tractors, I think, are just, that green is just really kind of slick. Do like it. Let's see. Will also says, what are your top large tractors? Well, that one's easy. Steiger. I'm a Steiger man. Love them. Just absolutely love them. These things are absolute beasts of tractors, and being able to get up to 600 and almost 700 horsepower. Love it. Love it. Love me the Steigers. I love the especially the ones for the older models that came out there that were part of the mods. Those were real slick. Let's see. Go ahead and pick up these couple of toughs here that this left behind, and then we'll set the worker back off. Just because this is going to drive me nuts. All right. Wow, I'm shocked I'm shocked I did that without smacking into the tractor or the trailer. All right, we're at 66%, so we've got some space. All right, let's get this out of the way. All right, awesome. Now let's catch up. Let's keep on going. Let's see. Will says mine are the Case IH Steiger. There you go, Will. Awesome. By Carl's Farm, custom modding, Case IH Magnum. That's also a real good one. We got the by Caceres modding. We got the Class Zerion 5000 4200 by HR Frost and Verseugbau. That is awesome. Continue. We got the Case IH Magnum Series 2018 by Carl Farms. John Deere 7R US Series by Custom Modding. John Deere 8R Series by Custom Modding. And John Deere 9RX 22 by Sid Modding. All those are spectacular. And then lastly, John Deere 9R, 9RT, 9RX 2019 Series by Sid Modding. Yeah, all those are absolutely sharp. See what is going on here. We are missing chunks, and I don't like it. We're going to pick this little bit up, and then hopefully we'll be able to kind of go uninterrupted. And I'm thinking, while we kind of wait for the harvester and let them kind of do their thing, I might go over to the farm or my little forest plot and cut down a few trees and kind of work at that for a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a little bit over, but that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Cool. Now, let's... Here we go. Oh. So this is where we're starting. Got our tent, our truck and our trailer. I do like this truck. This is a nice truck. The Lizard 100. Love it. It is a sharp mod. I'm going to take a drink really fast. Oh, much better. Much, much better. So let's see. Yeah, let's cut down a couple of these trees here. I think that's what eventually we'll save up for, is some kind of front end loader or something that we can kind of make cutting down and picking up these trees a little bit easier on us. We can get bigger trees up onto the pickup and onto the trailer. We're not going to be able to go too big just because, you know, the limitations of the of the truck itself. Oops. There we go. Undo the strap. Yes, it did. All right, cool. Actually, let's open, or actually we got turn on, open cover, turn off. All right, there we go. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're working on. I mean, we've got this contract here. We've got this little forestry area. You know, this was kind of a, you know, a start from scratch. You know, we had what, like $700-ish, if that, to start out with, and we're just kind of working our way up from there. We're already up to $5,100 after this contract at 60 grand. It'll be, you know, over 100 grand, but I mean, property on this map is really expensive. We're gonna have to scrimp and save to be able to kind of build up to things. But we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. There we go. I don't think that's going to be too large. Nope, perfect. Might need to put that in the back here. Ah! Stop it. Stop it. Cooperate. Don't go through me like I don't exist. Yeah, we're gonna have to. There we go. Something like this. I think this will work out nicely. Boop. Oh. Don't know my own strength. There we go. All right, nice. Perfect. All right, we've got, Will also says, are you excited for the Case IX Steiger 715 quad track by Custom Modding and Carl Farms? I am. Oh, yes. Yes. Like I said, anything that's Steiger, I'm a happy camper. And for anybody who's followed the channel for any significant amount of time knows that, you know, Steiger, thanks to Dust Bunny, and several others where we kind of came up with that whole Steiger flex. So we so for some reason, whenever I say the word Steiger, I always hear it from like the old 1980s, 1990s commercials. Whenever they would say, you know, and introducing the Case Steiger, you know, that kind of overemphasis on the words or on the make and model that they're selling. You'd always see it in car commercials. The Ford Fusion or the Ford Taurus or whatever, you know, the Chevy Silverado. You know, you don't used to always hear that back in the like 70s, 80s, and whatnot. And being born in the 80s, you know, I'm very much used to that. Even the 90s, you would hear that all the time. But it's just one of those. Ooh, I almost took out my trailer. You know what? I didn't take out my trailer. I did it on purpose. I got it close to the trailer without taking it out. That was all skill. That wasn't skill. It wasn't skill at all. that was pure and simple luck. Ay. All right. So we'll throw these little chunkers, these little guys right up here. Let's see, but yeah. So whenever Dust Bunny was on, and we would always say Steiger, especially when we bust out the Case Steiger, and we bust out that voice, they would always she would always do the flex of the arm, and we always would call it the Steiger flex. So yeah, big fans. We also got things like wiggle bottom tractors, referring to the Case Steiger, and others with the kind of middle articulating tractors. We always call them wiggle bottoms because the because of how they look like a dog wagging their butt. There we go. Let's see, is the tractor, or yeah, harvester's still moving, so that's good. Is it? Yeah, it looks like it's picking up everything too. So I think we're finally to the point to where it can kind of do its own thing. Let's see, can I pick this whole thing up? Ooh, I can. No, hey, stop. Oof. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut that little nub. I don't know why, but the movie Robin Hood Men in Tights just came into my brain, and specifically the portion where Mel Brooks comes in as, is it Friar Tuck's character, and he's the passing rabbi. Oh, that scene is hilarious. Oh, it drives the girls nuts. Oh, well, sign me up. Give me two. Then he demonstrates what he's selling, and he's like, "No, that's okay." Oh my goodness, that is a funny movie. Oh, green tank full. Let's oh, there's the front of my tractor. All right, well, it looks like it's doing a pretty good job so far. Oh, come on, JCB. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. There we go. We're getting there. There we go. And actually, is this... No, this isn't going to fill me. See, again, pure skill. It's not skill. It's not skill at all. It's sheer luck. Love it. Just love it. Like I said, I'm in a really good mood today. Come on. There. No. No. Come on. Why are you not? Okay. Okay. You're not going to cooperate. That's fine. That's fine. And actually, you know what? I see that there's more movement in the chat. Let me go ahead and catch up with that real quick. Let's see. So we've got favorite cedars. Oh man, so I know they're not the most realistic, but they just released here recently, and I absolutely adore them. Oh no, no, it's not under here. It's under planters. Here we go. The Kinsey planters. These ones are amazing. They are multi-crop, so you can plant all the crops. They are including the potatoes, sugarcane, and poplars. That's awesome, number one. The only thing I don't like is that the only way you're going to get the potatoes, poplars, and sugarcane is by getting the unrealistic one and planting at 30 miles an hour. I don't care for that, because I would love to see like even a third version where it's all these products and then a third version or a second version where it's all the products that was before plus the 3 additional ones here, and then one that's all of them with the unrealistic speed. That's cool. But then you get the 2 different sizes of these. So you get the 12 meter and the 18.5. Love this one. This is definitely my new favorite. Let's see. Will says, mine are the John Deere C850 air cart and P576 air hoe drill by Custom Modding, Case IH Concord, air drill system, Kazarius Modding, and John Deere drill N542 by LR Modding. All of those are sharp. I'm just interested in what people use. So these ones here, like I said, these are the ones I really like because not only do they do all the various planting and whatnot and the different crops, but they're also a direct drill. So it saves a step. I really love that. Outside of that, I also like this as a planter, but you asked for cedars, so let's backtrack to that. Really, ones I really like, not these. Where is it? I like these ones, the no drills. These ones are really cool. I love this Kokerling jockey, and again, it's because it's got a couple of the additional, or no, that's stuff for this base game. I like this one because it's cheaper. It's $44,000, but it doesn't require a lot of horsepower, and it's got a good capacity to it. I also like this one, the seed distributor, even though it's only 800 liters. You just throw the seed and it plants, and it's got a really wide spread width, so it's really cool. These ones are really cool too. The Lizard PK 4.8. Again, you get the ones with the multi planting as well, but it's very limited on size. It's only less than 5 meters wide. And then these ones here, these ones are also really sharp because you got the various different versions. You got the Vaderstad Rapide, which is kind of your base game multi-fruit, but it's direct drill, which is awesome. Then you've got this one, which does the fertilizer as well. So you got base fertilizer. Then you've got one with multi-fruit. Then you've got, same thing here, you've got the kind of base and multi-fruit as well. So really, really sharp. I really do like these ones. And then we've got favorite planters. I already answered that one. Miles says, the measurement mod would make cutting to length with chainsaw so much easier. 100% agree, but I think that's limited to just PC players, so I don't have that one, unfortunately. I wish I did. There's so many mods out there that makes things so much easier for PC that I wish that we had for console players, but it is what it is. Will also says, mine is the Case IH 2150 early riser planter. Very nice one by Custom Modding, John Deere 1720. You know what I just noticed is there's a running theme with you and your with your mods. You really like Custom Modding, and I don't blame you for that. Custom Modding makes some great mods. John Deere 1720 by 16R30, what is that? 2012 by JHHG Modding, John Deere DB120 by JHG Modding, and John Deere 7000 by Schultz Modding. All of those are really good mods. I stink at logging. Me too. I absolutely terrible at it, but I give it a go. I give it a try. Like I said, this one is a kind of a struggle series, for lack of a better word. It's not intended for me to like be in such a state to where I don't want to do anything, I don't want to complete anything kind of thing, but it's intended to be harder than what I'm used to. And I think that's okay. I think it's good for us to put ourselves into uncomfortable situations to kind of grow as individuals, to grow as people. The more you put yourself into uncomfortable situations, the better you're at doing things. So that's also the kind of reason why I also kind of took it up is, I wanted to make myself uncomfortable and kind of do something that I'm not used to. So it's kind of the whole premise behind it, that kind of whole driving force behind it. And so far, I think it's going pretty good. I mean, I'm pretty happy with how things are lining up and working out so far. Oh, not happy about that, though. Am I? Well, I guess I got to put it up here. That also works. And why can't I cut that? Quit bouncing around. There we go. Haha, there we go. I did it. All right. So we also got Miles also says universal autoload platform autoload measurement mods make it so easy. Yes, it does. I've seen people use those, and like I said, makes me jealous. Makes me jealous. Will also says, what are your favorite UK maps? I was mentioning those earlier. So the UK maps I like are Bally Springs, Maypole Farms, Riverview Farms. Pretty much anything by Cavalier Roy I think is gold. Also like European, European Countryside by Zero Ito. Really like that map. Also like Galgenberg. Galgenberg's one of my favorites. Just because of the aesthetics of it, the kind of look and visual appeal of it. Really love that one. Let's see. We got Miles also say with CP you could turn down the speed of your preferred speed and set cruise for normal AI. It will overwrite tool speed. Oh, now see, Miles, all you're doing right now, bud, is just making me jealous. You were just making me jealous, bud. Holy smokes. Like, yeah, it's one of those where I have a PC, and I have a PC that could probably handle, playing the game and doing all that stuff. But I ended up buying it on console because I have a console, and it's one of those that if I wasn't playing this game on console, then I probably wouldn't be playing on the console at all. And then it would just be a waste of money to me, and I can't justify not playing on it right now. Maybe one day if the console goes bad and whatnot, and I need to update or need to upgrade kind of thing, then I can go to my PC and kind of go from there. But it's just one of those where, for the time being, I'm a console player and gonna be there kind of thing. But I am incredibly jealous of all the really awesome mods that PC players get to have that us console players don't. Makes me very jealous and makes me wish that we had a lot of those things. But I know a lot of those are script based, so it's just not something that will ever come onto a console because of the script nature of them. Oh, and I keep hiccuping now for some reason. All right, well, This one's just long enough not to go into the truck, but short enough not to be in the bunk. So that's what we're going to do there. No, that's still just a little bit too heavy. But yeah, that's the auto measure. That would be an amazing mod to have. I would love to be able to do that. Would love to be able to have just, I mean, any number of mods that are on PC that are not available for console players. It's just insane. Like course play would be awesome. You know, being able to set up multiple bits of equipment to be able to follow you at any given point in time, like that would be killer. There we go. Something like that. What happened there? Oh. Huh. I don't know what happened. That was weird. Alright, well. I think, if I remember right, I think we were... Wait a minute. We're missing tufts. We're missing bits. Why are we missing bits? I mean, so far the worker's doing okay. There's little bits here and there. I'm not gonna cry too hard over missing out. Let's see. So I think it's gonna get full here pretty quick. Oh yeah. So let's go ahead and get prepared to unload this again. Oh, hey. Oh, it's at that weird... Yeah. It's at like 99%, and if you have your worker going, it wants to slow down, but not go into a turn really quickly. It's that kind of weird, awkward phase. There we go. And I'm not over far enough. Alright. A little over too far that time, but that's okay. That's not going to be the end of the world. And now we are absolutely bursting at the seams full. After this load, so let's go ahead and take this up and dump it off. Alright, cool. Exits this way. Alright, so I see people are chatting. I'm gonna pay attention to get down to the sell point. That way I don't epically crash and fail and flip my tractor over, which I've been known to do from time to time, and I should have looked before leaping, but looks like it worked out okay. Ay ay ay. But let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna drop this off. I'll catch up with the chat, and then drop this back off at the field. Probably have to unload the tractor again because, or the harvester, because it's probably gonna be full. Because I didn't get a whole lot. That's the only bad thing I can say about the JCB per se is when you get a big load like what we got in the back of this, it really struggles to get up to top speed. It's not meant for heavy hauling. It's meant for speed and not for grunt. I tell you what, this scene right here, pulling into town here, and you got the American flag there on the light poles and the power poles. That is just such a great image to... Whoa! just such a great image to me. I absolutely adore it. And it was the deciding factor of why I came to this map as opposed to the other map I was contemplating was Carpathian Countryside, like I mentioned earlier in the stream earlier today. And what kind of tipped it over the edge was this kind of view of, just a small American town. It reminds me so much of the little town I grew up in, and just kind of brought back those kind of, oh, I remember this and I remember that, and just all sorts of really good fond memories that I have from when I was a child growing up in the small town that I lived in. So that's kind of what was this deciding factor of me coming to this map as opposed to Carpathian Countryside or really anywhere else. It was really down to those two maps, is Alma and Carpathian Countryside, and I'm really glad that I picked this one. I'm really glad because this is just an amazing map. Just an amazing, amazing map. There we go. Let's get all turned around and all right, back to the farm, or back to the farm, back to the field. And that way we'll unload the harvester, because I think I saw that it said that it was full again. Oh dear, hit the brakes. Brake check. Thankfully I wasn't fully loaded, or else I probably would have rammed in the back of them. And I was mentioning this earlier, just the road names. Like, being able to go street by street and see all the different names of the roads and all that. So those small details, those small little things that just add to the... I referred to it a long time ago as the kind of living factor of a map. And what I mean by that is just the kind of lived in kind of experience that kind of, it just that makes the map feel real kind of thing. Those small little details that you would see in real life, you might go every day and not pay attention to it or not notice or not care, but when you see those kind of little details reflected in this game, it really adds to that level of immersion. Oh, hey, helium deer. That kind of breaks the level of immersion. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, look at that. The harvester finally made it down to past the tree line. Nice. Oh, well, gonna have to go into the... Oh, did I miss? I must have missed. Oh yeah, I'm way off. Way off. There we go. Alright, let me catch up with the chat. Where did I leave off? Oh wow, I'm way behind, guys. I'm sorry. Miles says, sorry forgot you're not on PC. I just thought you roll like me with controller on PC. You know what? Like I said, it's one of those I wish I had. I wish I had a PC, but I wish I played on PC, but it's one of those that my wallet and my mindset won't allow me to divest away from my Xbox for right now. Maybe one day when when the Xbox breaks or something like that, I might just run off and install it on my computer, kind of thing. Like I said, I'm pretty sure my computer can handle it and would play it just fine, with no issue, kind of thing. But it's just one of those where I just can't justify it. I just can't. In my brain, I have a hard time. It's like, oh well, I've got this $500 piece of equipment that I struggled really hard because I got it right in the beginning of when it released, And then we had all those issues with, you know, trying to find them and all that stuff. I was able to hunt one down, and I just can't justify it. I just cannot, you know, be like, okay, well, I'm just going to divest from it and then play it on PC kind of thing. Just because, oh, hey, I can get access to cool mods kind of thing. It's just one of those that I really can't wrap my brain around that. So it is what it is, with, like I said, with that. Will says, mine are Valley Spring, Buckland Farm, Corp Farm, Country Park, and Calmsden. Calmsden Farm, I love Calmsden's Farm. Buckland, love that one as well. Really, all those are really great maps. Will also says, custom modding is one of the best modders in my opinion. 100% agree with you there. When it comes to mods, they are just, yeah, they are definitely up there. Miles says, what do you think of the big bag tool for logs? When I was console, it was my favorite. I absolutely love it. Absolutely, just not even just for logs, but just in general. The big bag handler, I think is what it's called. It's part of the CSZ pack. Oh, helps if I'm actually in tools, not in. So yeah, the big bag handler, this thing here, this thing is amazing. Just full sentence stop, and just the whole pack. The CSZ pack is an amazing pack all by itself. And before this came out, before the pack came out, I was using pretty reliably and regularly the big bag winch, this thing here. But this thing is nice, but it's a real nuisance because that whole arm kind of swings back and forth. But it basically accomplished the same thing. So it was really nice to kind of do that. So yeah, it's 100% one of my favorite mods out there. We've got Will saying, I play on PC and console. I mainly play on the Xbox Series S. That's what I got, bud, is I got an Xbox Series X. So it was one of those, like I said, I spent, you know, quite a bit of money on it. It was just real kind of struggle for me to kind of, like I said, to divest away from it. I just really can't do that. Miles says, with console you could set cruise at your speed over right tool speed. Yeah, that's also true. You could just set the cruise control to a lower speed. That's good, fair point. Will says, what's your favorite crop to do and your least favorite crop? So really, one of my favorite crops are probably a toss-up between wheat, barley, and oats. Any one of those three, you know, kind of basically the same thing, just different yields. And corn. Those are some of my favorites. And I like corn because you can either have corn as a base product, or you can cut it down and turn it into silage, and you get a really high yield increase with doing silage. So those I really like. I also like cotton, but cotton's really expensive to invest into and get spun up into. So it's just one of those that, you know, you do it when you are in excess kind of thing. But my least favorite has to be potatoes, sugar beets, and just those kind of root crops, just because of how long it takes and specifically the amount of the equipment. Now, I will say that because of mods such as the Colossus pack and specifically this new one that I really love, where is it? Yes, here it is, the Pterodos. This one here, I absolutely love this, and here's why. $200,000 as opposed to $353,000, right? But you still get, what is that, 1 million liters of capacity? Like, yeah, you can get the big old honkin', what is this, 200, that's 2.5 million, I think that's what that is, or is it 25 million? Is it 2.5 or 25? I think it's 2.5 million. So yeah, you could get, you know, double and a half this Holmer can, but you can also do things like sugarcane, cotton. Cotton is really cool. That I like, and you can use it loose. Like that's just awesome, and it really makes it easier and more doable for me to be able to pick up and, like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and do a root harvest of some kind, or a sugar cane or cotton, whatever the case may be. You know, I love it. I absolutely love that, and it made those ones just that much better. But it's the capacities. The capacities really just make it difficult and such a slog to do. That's why, dirty little secret, when I decided to do this map, I specifically did this map in a way to where all these massive fields like 22, 30, 34, so on and so forth were not root crops. And I I came in, saw how the fields were laid out, went back out if I didn't like them, came back in, saw if I liked them or not, and so back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I did that probably about a dozen times until I finally got a relatively decent scope. Like, yeah, I've got this one big sugar beet field right here, but I figure when it comes time for me to kind of do something with this, then I can get one of those harvesters and kind of go from there, kind of thing. But not a big deal. We do have 28 here, which is more manageable. So if I want to do sugar beets, I can do them this way. But yeah, those are my most and least favorite crops. We've got... Here we go. Will says mine is corn. Hey, there we go. And least favorite is sugarcane. There we go. It sounds like we're same page there. Miles says, it's the mod world that made me buy PC just for FS. I feel you are there, started Xbox and went to... Yeah, and that's basically what it's going to go with, is likely I'm going to be on my Xbox for a while, and then when it kicks the bucket or whatever, then I'll probably end up going to PC. Because, I mean, I'll be honest with you, this is pretty much the only game I play nowadays. I used to be a big hockey fan. I played the EA Sports NHL series. I used to love it. But ever since, like, the 2020 era is when I really started to fall out of love with EA Sports and whatnot, because it was just the same game over and over and over again, literally, not figuratively. And I wouldn't play online. I very rarely do I play online kind of game. So I would play Be a Pro or like a franchise mode kind of thing. And franchise mode hasn't seen much love in decades, I feel like. And the Be a Pro literally, not figuratively, literally has the same opening scene 4 or 5 years in a row. Like the same cutscenes, the same everything, 4 or 5 years running. And it finally hit the point where it was starting to have the kind of politics thrown into it post 2020. And once that happened, I was done. I just completely threw my hands up, and it's like, you know what? I'm not here to be lectured. I'm here to play a game, and I don't care about the things that are going on in the world that makes you feel that you have to voice your opinion onto the world and things like that. Like I said, I don't play online, so I don't play with people and stuff like that. So there's no interactions for me personally, kind of thing. So me being greeted with a splash menu about politics that are going on in the world, it was just, I was done. I was absolutely done with it. And then seeing that my game modes that I would play on the regular were not changing whatsoever. It was the same thing literally year in, year out. I was done. Just completely disinterested. And just, I went headlong into Farming Simulator. And that was the thing too, is playing this game is such a de-stressor. Like, being able to just come on and do stuff like this, come on and have fun, hang out with really nice people all the time, been fantastic. So really enjoying it, and really haven't had the need to want to look back, kind of thing. So love it, just absolutely love it. Will says, also love mowing alfalfa. Yes, 100% love grass, love alfalfa, especially because it's almost to the point where it's almost overpowered, because you get so many extra bales, so much extra product from your crops when it comes to grass and alfalfa, that if you sell it, you can make loads of cash. And because you don't have to wait, like in FS19, if you had the mod installed for, I think it was it Seasons? It might have been Seasons mod. you had to wait for everything to happen. And even if you were doing contracts, if I remember right, you had to wait for your grass to turn into hay by drying out in the sun. You could turn it over and ted it, and it'd be in stage 2, but you had to wait to stage 3 for it to be hay. Same thing with silage, is you had to wait for it to turn into silage. And that was even with contracts. So, and they might have changed that later on in the seasons to kind of expedite for contracts, because people didn't want to wait months for the contract to be done. It was a pretty big commitment at that point. But like I say, it's almost like you're getting so much product in addition that it's almost too much for it to be kind of realistic kind of thing. But I'll take advantage of it while I can. Let's see. Will also says, what is your favorite thing to do in game? So I love doing the grass mowing. I absolutely love it, because it's just that kind of methodical stage, one after another. And then you get to kind of try and figure out ways to try and make it quicker, faster, easier kind of stuff, like using mods such as the, what is it called? Here it is. The Ultimate Mowing Pack, where you can add the various linkages in the back. So you can have the low ball hitch, the pin hitch, and so on and so forth, the 3-point hitch, all this stuff. If you got a tractor powerful enough, you can have an entire train of equipment and do everything in one pass. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So I love being able to do that. Yeah, grass work is definitely one of my favorites. I like using the merger, chaffing corn, mowing, planting, rolling. Absolutely. Miles says, it was awesome map in 60 hours in my save hour 4 field. Yeah, wow. Will says, which one is your favorite, platinum or premium? Definitely platinum out of the two. Premium is nice, don't get me wrong, but platinum I think did more for the game in the expansion of what this game can do and what they can bring to it. And the premium just kind of built on that, to where it just basically added a couple more products, it added a couple more things, but the platinum was more quote-unquote revolutionary. It added productions where we could utilize the forestry mechanics. It added the building and sales perspective of the roller coaster and the boat. It added all those various different things that were just revolutionary and new to the game, to where the map was solid. The map, Silver Run Forest, I think was a gorgeous map and a really good testament of what Giants can do. To where Zelonka, I'm happy with, don't get me wrong, but I'm less impressed with Zelonka compared to Silver Run. And the addition of red beets, carrots, and parsnips, meh, is cool. The addition of the harvesting tools I thought were cool. The boxing and palleting kind of thing is kind of annoying, but not a big deal. Not the end of the world kind of thing. So that's my 2 cents. Let's see. Hey, Cavalier Roy, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Must be, what, like 5, 6 o'clock your time? Holy smokes. You are definitely a morning person there, bud. Holy smokes. Every single time I see it on these live streams, it's like 5 o'clock your time, and you are a trooper. Like I said, hope you're having a good morning so far. Will says, mine is platinum DLC because of the winches. That was the other thing, is it added so much in the ways of being able to do harvesting of trees. The winches, like you said there, the paint sprays, the yarders, all those various tools that can make forestry that much easier for us as individuals. It's great. I absolutely love it. And again, it was more revolutionary than anything. Miles says, platinum, I feel for consoles, they dropped the ball for consoles with tools. I think the big premium harvester should have had a capacity. Yes. Yep, I agree. Agree with Miles. I just bumped the microphone. Will says, I wish I could go inside the productions and see what's going on. And that's exactly like I was saying earlier. Some of the cool things I'd love to see in FS25 or whatever they name it is more like, well, having modders have the ability to make mods such as the roller coaster, such as the boats, such as the pianos, being able to have it more kind of lifelike and realistic. I know there's modders out there who've done similar-ish things. Like there's the Interactive Productions mod by ER Shaba, and those ones are very, very close to what it is I'm talking about. It's not quite there yet, but it's very close. But that's more of the interactive, like, just kind of seeing things move and spin around kind of thing. It's not really like seeing the products built up over time kind of thing. That is what I'm talking about. Cavalier says, 5 a.m., bud. Haven't been... Whoa! Roy! Why haven't you been to bed? It's 5 o'clock in the morning, dude. Holy smokes, you are a champ, bud. Oh man, I'm just trying to get over that one. If I hadn't gone to bed until, no, here's the thing, is I typically don't go to bed until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I have to work every day at 8 a.m. But I work from home, so I don't have to commute or do anything like that, so that's nice. But if my daughter is gracious enough to allow me to sleep until 8, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning is not uncommon for me. There's often times where she doesn't let me sleep in, or sleep in, quote unquote. So it's one of those where if I wake up at, 7 o'clock, it's not uncommon. So, yeah, 4 to 5 hours of sleep, 6 hours of sleep at night, not uncommon for me. But, yeah, holy smokes. Will says, really like the bale storage, so when you put bales in there, they don't count anymore. Yes, that was one of the biggest additions to the game. I think it was an absolute game changer for us on console. Just people in general. Being able to store the bales so they're not on the map anymore is just, chef's kiss. Just, mwah. Was such a game changer for us players, because of just, it was so easy to meet that bale limit, especially on a map like this. If you take any one of these larger fields, like if we take field, 22 that we're on right now, and made that into grass, we would get 200 bales even in the largest capacity, like the largest base game capacity, easily. There's no doubt in my mind that if it was fully fertilized, fully limed, everything was at its maximum yield, there's no way that you wouldn't hit 200 bales, I don't think. And yeah, that would just be an absolute nightmare to try and go and sell them off or be able to utilize them in some way. Yeah, it just would not suffice. Let's see. Roy says, I sleep for 4 to 6 hours a day, so yeah, don't need much sleep. Oh man, yeah, but I'm right there with you. I mean, like I said, I don't stay up until 5 o'clock in the morning, certainly, but definitely one of those where, about the same when it comes to amount of sleep. Will says, I really want to try to mod, but I don't, but I know it's hard. And that's it. I mean, I will openly say, and somebody like Roy will attest to this, I say this all the time, where when I'm doing map tours, I always give my opinion at the very end of the map tour. There's one map that I did not give my opinion on, and I will hold to it to this day, and it was the map that was dedicated to Richie F. I will not give my opinion on that one, just simply because I feel that it's distasteful, because it's a dedication map. But I give my opinion at the end of each one, and I would give my opinion for mods and stuff like that too, if I was reviewing them and doing stuff like that as well. But when I come across a map, or when I come across something that I don't necessarily care for, I will say that, hey, this is not my cup of tea, I don't like it, I'll rate it low, because I give it a 0.5 scale kind of thing. Every single map I do that. But what I also try and remember to do is, at the end of that, say, look, this is nothing personal. Absolutely nothing personal. This is me saying my opinion, and I'm greatly appreciative and thankful that this mod exists, or this map exists, because I'm not talented enough, I am not smart enough or anything along those lines to be able to do this. I could not make a map, and certainly couldn't make one that anybody else would want to play, because it would look like a 2-year-old with crayons got a hold of it. I'm pretty sure my 2-year-old daughter could make a better map than I could, kind of thing. Just sitting there, just pounding away at the keyboard, kind of thing. That's how confident I am of how poorly I would do it if I got my hands on the tools to make a map, kind of thing, or a mod, kind of thing. I'm just not creative in that way. I don't know anything about 3D representation. I don't know anything about modeling, anything like that, kind of thing. So I'm not creative in that sense. So even if I say that, hey, this map is not my cup of tea, I'm going to rate it a 1 for X, Y, and Z reasons, or I'm going to give it a 0 for X, Y, and Z reasons. And there are maps I've given 0s to. One of them in particular is Southern Cross Station. That was one where I gave a flat-out 0 to. But again, it's one of those that I even said, nothing personal. This is not an attack on the map maker. And I'm grateful that this map is out there, because there's going to be people out there who disagree with me, who don't think that my opinion is right on this, and they're going to be appreciative of it. So this map might not be my cup of tea, but it's going to be for somebody else. And I think that's awesome. That's one of the greatest things about this game, is that this game is what it wants to be for every single player out there. If you like playing on small maps, well, then there's maps out there for you. If you love playing on big maps, there's maps like that for you too. It's amazing. This is one of the most universal games ever. It is one of the most customizable games to anybody's playing style, to anybody's desires. And it's because of the mod hub, and it's because of the community of people that we have out there. It's because of map creators like Cavalier Roy, where they spend their time, their money, and their blood, sweat, and tears on bringing us a product that we get to enjoy, that we get to have fun with, and that we don't have to pay for. We don't have to pay extra to download a map from Mapmaker. We don't have to pay extra to download mods, kind of thing. There's certain mods out there that you can. There's certain maps out there that you can, obviously, from Giants and stuff like that. But, I mean, the mod hub is what makes this game. The base game itself is amazing. Don't get me wrong. But if it wasn't for the mod hub, if the mod hub didn't exist, this game wouldn't be anywhere near what it is right now. That's just my opinion. So that's kind of how I stand on it. Let's see. Will says, also says, what do you think about stone picking? I don't mind it, especially since you can make lime out of it. I like stone picking, but it drives me nuts. And here's why. The stone picking AI mechanics do not work. They do not work. If you turn on your AI mechanic to do stone picking, it goes from field edge to field edge. It does not recognize where it has already picked up stone, and that drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely insane, because on certain maps, if you've got maps where there's a border or an edge around the field, like Maypole Farm, perfect example. If you've got an edge right there, then your worker is not going to be able to get up to the edge, and you're having to do the headlands, but it's going as far as it can into the field before it stops. So it's just making extra passes that it doesn't have to do. It's taking extra steps that it doesn't have to take, kind of thing. So it's one of those that I feel that the mechanics could be smarter. But I do like it, and I do like that we can make something out of it, especially something as necessary as lime, because we use lime every single harvest, kind of thing. It's one of those, you have to have it. And although it's not expensive, it's nice to be able to do it yourself. It's nice to be able to make it. And there's certain mods out there that allow you to really kind of up the value of it. You know, we can take some production points and get like a 1-to-4 ratio for our stone to lime kind of thing. So it's cool. It's and all those little things that Giants has added into the game, I greatly appreciate those additions. Giants did a really, really good job with this game in concept. In execution, there was a few flubs. But I don't think that there's any gaming manufacturer out there nowadays where that isn't going to happen, where you're going to get a completely flawless game, especially when Giants went from, you know, having outsourced a lot of their stuff last year to doing everything in-house this year, kind of thing. There's certain things that are going to come up that you're just not expecting, kind of thing. And it's just it's part of it's baked into the cake, kind of thing. So I'm also from the time well, I'm from an age where I grew up playing on the Atari and Nintendos and things like that, and having DLC or patches was not an option. So you had dedicated teams going through the entire code, the entire game from start to finish, because once you release a product, there is no, okay, well, let me put out a patch for it kind of thing. And I do miss those days. I do miss those days where you didn't necessarily have the ability to where the product that you put out had to be right. It had to be. And if it wasn't, it was going to get out that it wasn't right, and nobody was going to buy your product after that. After a certain point, you were going to see a complete catastrophic crash. And you saw things like that in games specifically. Like for the Atari, there was a game called E.T. Extraterrestrial based off the movie. And that game had a very bad mechanical glitch to it, and people eventually found it, and it was one of the most undersold games based off of a movie that was made in those times. Now people now buy it as a kind of collector's item because it's incredibly rare to find, and if you can find it, it's pretty expensive. But that's because, you know, people are willing to buy it for nostalgia reasons, not necessarily because they want to play it and that it was good. You know, it's not like you can go out and play like Super Mario Brothers like for the Nintendo and there was a problem with it or something like that. So one of those that I wish that there was still that level of scrutiny on gaming manufacturers to make sure that they were putting out a product that was 100%, that wasn't just going to be fixed on opening day with a patch or opening day with some kind of fix or whatever. But I do like it in a sense that if there is an issue, that they do have the ability to fix it. It's kind of a double-edged sword. It's good in one hand and it's bad in another. Let's see. Where was I? Roy says, Will, best thing to do is start doing it, but when you can start learning and watching tutorials, you'll be surprised at how quick you might pick it up. You know what? That is 100% amazing advice. That's absolutely amazing advice. I'll use my own personal story. Back in 2010, I ended up moving to Georgia. And when I lived there, the reason I moved there is because the company I worked for at the time, they ended up closing down the office that I used to work in. And when they closed it down, they offered, because they really liked me, they offered me to go to the Georgia office. Well, at that time, I was dating my girlfriend, now wife, and basically I told them, look, I'm not going unless she has a job too, because we both worked for the same company, kind of thing. So if you're not willing to extend her the offer, then I'm sorry, I'm not going. Well, it just worked out at that time as well that she wasn't in a good place with her family, who she was living with at the time. So they didn't offer her a job at that point in time. But we decided, okay, well, we'll move up there and I'll pay for things and kind of go at it like that. We'll live together and kind of go from there, kind of thing. And we were kind of going around that, and then about a week later they remembered, hey, she's here because I'm here, and they offered her a job. Basically picked her right back up from where she left off. So it worked out really nice, kind of thing. Well, at that time I was a supervisor for our it was a department called project assignment coordination. Basically, we told our field staff where to go and what to do, kind of thing. We basically designed their schedules based on what their capacities were and all that. Well, what ended up happening was they wanted me to move to a different position where it was more kind of operational kind of operations reporting and things like that. Tell you what, I'll pick the story up in just 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. The missus was heading off to bed, so I was wishing her good night. Let's go ahead and dump that. So anyways, like I was saying, so they ended up wanting me to kind of move into a more operational reporting role. They saw that like I was very strong in statistics and reporting and stuff like that, because I developed a lot of the tools that we used in that particular department. So they thought that I would be really good in developing for operations full time, kind of thing. Well, when that happened, they paired me up with somebody who was really advanced in SQL coding. And at the time, I knew nothing about SQL coding, nothing at all. But it was one of those that I was willing to learn. I was willing to pick it up and try it. And he was willing to teach me. So that's what we did. We sat there and basically self-paced. He taught me a bunch of stuff. I sat there and picked up a bunch of stuff on the internet. And basically now that's what I do full time, is I do operational reporting for the company that I work for, using SQL, using Redshift, and all the various coding languages that are available out there. And back in 2010, I had no clue. I've never even touched them. Never touched coding language before. So, yeah, absolutely, give it a try. Like I said, the only reason I know that I would be no good at it is because I just don't have that kind of artistic eye. And knowing that I don't have that artistic eye, I know that whatever I make wouldn't be very subpar, kind of thing. So that's why I don't try. But if it's one of those, like, if you've got that artistic eye and you can, and you're good at design, then give it a try. Yeah, because I 100% agree with Roy. Is worst thing you do is you just don't like it and you don't publish it, kind of thing. But at least you tried. At least you put it out there, and at least you gave it a shot, kind of thing. Let's see. Let's see. I'll get back over there, unload, and then I will. Whoops. Actually, I don't know why I avoided that, because I'm not going to destroy things on fields I don't own. Oh, there they are. So yeah, we are just chugging along here. We're doing really, really good. Oh, and I completely shorted that. Haha, there we go. Actually, no, I need to leave that on. All right, let me catch up. So, Miles says, always run stones. I like the Universal Crusher. I hope it's crossplay. It's awesome. Yes, the Universal Stone Crusher is a good mod, and that I believe that one is like I think I actually have that as part of my mods list. Will says, I'd really love to see Raincrest Farms come out on as a map. I don't know what that map is. It is right across the street from me. Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that one. Will says, I wish Lone Oak would come out. Lone Oak, yes. Lone Oak was an amazing map for FS19. I know that the map makers said they weren't going to do it very early on from last year. Let's see. Cavalier says, Action David says it wasn't porting any of his previous maps to 22. Yes, there you go. So yeah, it was a real disappointment when I heard that, because that was an amazing map. Lone Oak, really loved that one. But I also understand why. I understand, that map makers want to kind of do something new, kind of thing. They don't necessarily want to do the same thing over and over and over just to kind of refresh and rehash kind of thing. I can get that. And I just knocked my headphones off. Let's try that again. There we go. Let's see. Miles says, do you remember RuneScape? It was early PC. I don't remember that one. I love using bunker silos. Having fermenting silos are nice. Yes, so there's one bunker silo I would absolutely love to use, and I might try and use it here on this map. But that's going to be down the road. But let me see if I can find it. Is it silos maybe? It is a massive silo. It is absolutely massive. Where is it? I've got way too many mods. Way too many. Oh, come on now. Oh, was that it? I think this is it. Yes, this is it. So this is the bunker silo that I really like. It's absolutely like if I hold it up next to the harvester, you see just how massive this is. But it has closing ramps on the top, so you can close it, drive over top of it, and dump directly over top. So you can completely fill this thing out. It is so awesome. This is the bunker silo large, 12 meter by 58 meter. It's absolutely awesome. Love it. But it's so large that it's really hard to really kind of utilize on any of the maps. You've got to have a ton of space for it. Let's see. We've got Will saying, oh, Cavalier Roy, my favorite map from you is Maple. See, you got good taste, bud. You got good taste. I literally just did the Let's Play series on that. We just finished that one out to do the Let's Play series here on Alma. So yeah, very good map, Roy. Very awesome map. Love it. Oh, Oilers lost 5-2. Sorry, Saskatchewan. That's a bummer. But I know they were doing really good there for a while. They got up to what, like 18 games in a row or something like that. It was really good win streak there for a while. Will says, I really like the Shellington Valley from FS19. I don't remember that one off the top of my head. One that I really enjoyed for FS19 that I was kind of hoping and I thought I had seen pop up on the mod hub was the it was called Pacific Northwest. That one I really liked in FS19, and was the map that really kind of turned me from being more of a basic kind of square-edged farmer to doing something like this, doing a map like this where it's very odd-shaped fields, very hilly and undulate. Like, that was the map that really kind of grew my love for expanding my horizons and getting out of the kind of bare basic kind of maps. So I saw that one came up called it was on the testing list. I thought it was called like Pacific NW, but then I hadn't heard anything from it since. Nothing. And I don't know if it was just a released on PC only map, potentially, but I saw it there one day, it was gone the next, and I hadn't heard anything since. And I was really kind of bummed out that that I never saw it come through the mod hub or anything like that. So it was a disappointment for sure. Will said, I wish I could post a picture or video of my farm on here so you can see. So I tell you what, Will, if you're wanting me to see any kind of, and this goes for anybody out there, if you want me to see your farm or anything like that, feel free to look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You'll see all my social medias that I have access to. Go ahead and post onto the page there. You'll see. You'll be able to post any of your farms or any kind of mods or things that you got going on there. I'm definitely interested in seeing it. I know Jody there has done that several times. Actually, he had put BDD Gaming as a farm sign on one of his mods, or on one of his maps, and I got a huge kick out of that. I actually ran and showed my wife. It's like, oh, look what they did. It was so cool. Jody, big shout out to you, bud. Really appreciate you. But it was just one of those that if you're interested in showing me anything kind of cool or something exciting that you're doing around the farm, go ahead and take a picture, send a screenshot, and go from there. Because I'm definitely interested in seeing what people have going on and being able to just kind of, like I said, interact on other medias. Like I said, I try my best to make sure that I interact with all my comments. I'm sure that eventually it's going to come to a time where I'm not going to be able to keep up with everybody. Just one of those that's kind of the nature of the beast kind of thing. But for now, I do my best to make sure that I'm interacting with all my comments and everybody that's out there and who's wanting to chat. So yeah, go ahead and if you want to, feel free. Will also says, what is your favorite trailers to use? So my favorite trailer, I did get it. Nice. Favorite trailer, let's see. So I kind of have a couple of different ones. I really like these ones here that were made by Mac Trucker. This one is a 53-foot deck trailer. We've got the similar ones, the 30-foot flatbed auto trailer, and then we've got the 40-footer, and then the small flatbed. All these are they're all different mods, but they're all kind of the same. But the reason I like these ones is you got your flatbed, you got your auto load for bales, you got your tipper, log fork, liquids, slurry spreader, and back again. Like, you got all these different functions and capacities with this. You also, for some of the other ones, like this, here we'll go to the 30-footer next. 30-footer here. Again, flatbed, auto load for bales, tipper with extension. So, I mean, you got good capacities for this. This extension one here is 43,000 liters. That's pretty good. You got a log trailer, you got a liquid tanker, slurry spreader, manure spreader, and lime spreader. This one is my favorite by far. Livestock trailer, so you get all these different modules all with the same trailer. It's awesome. But then check it out, unrealistic capacities. 150,000, is that 150 or 1.5? I think that's 150. 150,000 liters of liquids, You got your slurry spreader still, your tipper, 150,000, 200,000 for your extension, lime and fertilizer spreader, you got 150,000, and then back again. That is awesome. Being able to do that is awesome. But then same thing for the 40 footer, which was right here. Again, flat deck with a rear hitch, rear pin, gooseneck, auto load bales, tipper body, log forks, enclosed trailer, a livestock trailer, and back again. So I mean, it's just, there's so much that you can do with these. And you can see 15 cows, 64 pigs, 56 sheep, and 15 horses. Like that's awesome. That's just absolutely awesome. And then the big one, which is right here, 53 footer. You got the flat deck, the auto loads, tipper body, forks, different variations of forks, the liquids, 84,000, slurry spreader. Now you got the unrealistic, so you got the 250,000, 500,000, 750,000, 1 million liters, and then again, same capacities here with the liquids, and then back again to the flat deck. So yeah, those are my absolute favorite trailers. Followed very, very closely behind is the, oh goodness, it's named off a TV show. What's the TV show? Doctor Who. TARDIS, that's it. The Lizard TARDIS trailers. These ones are really nice too. But these ones are just trailers. That there's nothing big about these. But these are nice because you got your basic 20 to 30,000 capacities, and then you got your 150 to 200,000 capacities here. And then you got the kind of rear trailer, the come along trailer as well, for 25,000 and 250,000. So very, very nice. Oh, what happened? Oh, we're full. Oh, and I was already on. Wow, we're almost done with this whole kind of section. This is going pretty good. Going really good, actually. I'm actually really impressed. There we go. And then I might as well just hop in, because we're going to have to readjust it here pretty quick. Let's see. So Will says, mine are the John Deere 1275 bale wagon. Oh, that's a nice one, by Rooster Mods. The bulk truck bed pack by BC Bueller. Silage Boss by BC Bueller. Lizard Superior End Dump trailer by Carl's Farm. Yeah, so all those are great trailers. All of them are good ones. I also like the TLX 40. Yep, that's a good one. Tanker trailer, nice, by 82 Studios. 50-foot gooseneck transport trailer by 82 Studios, also a good one. Lizard bulk and manure system by Solar Guy Modding for spreading lime. Yes, all those are really, really good ones. Let's see. So now we head in this direction. Let's see. There's a couple of tufts here that I could pick up real quick because they're going to be pretty much on the way. Boop. And go. Boop. All right, perfect. So now let's get the worker back up and running. Where? What? Oh. Kind of lost track of where I was going. Let's see. So something like this. Perfect. Oh yeah, I almost nailed that. Nice. Alright, well, while that's running, let's go back to the farm and finish cutting up those trees. Didn't I have a tree over here somewhere? Or did I get it loaded all the way? No, looks like I got it loaded. Yeah, okay. So let's drop this tree here. What are my favorite mowers? So the mower that I like the most, let's see. So if we're talking about like actual self-propelled, let's start with that. So I like this one here, the Krone Big M with the PTO. This one's really good because you can give it a little bit extra horsepower, which is nice, but it has that built-in PTO to where you can kind of daisy chain and hook things up directly to it. That's really nice. But this one, if we're not looking for the kind of the bigger the better kind of thing, this one here, I love the swather. This one is amazing because it's got this razor bar here with a conditioner in it, so you can cut grass straight off the bat at almost 5 meters. It's not huge, but it's nice. But what's also nice about it is that it will have a built-in tedder to where it'll cut and ted in one pass. That to me is awesome. I love it. Love this mod. It is amazing. Now, if we're talking about like non-self-propelled mowers, I'd probably say the one that I use the most, where is it? There it is, mowers, is this one here, the John Deere HX20. This one I absolutely love as a starting mower because it's a tag behind mower, so you just have it come behind you, but it's just simple. It's 15 grand. It's easy to afford. It's very, very nice as a starting bit of equipment. If we're not talking about kind of starting equipment, then I would have to go with the Kverneland here, the from the Ultimate Mowing and Baling Pack. These ones are fantastic. If you got a tractor that's strong enough to tow it, then you can have a big old daisy chain of whole from mower to tedder to baler to trailer, like boom, 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 boom. Just get it all done in one pass if you really, really wanted to. So that's what I really like. And then, let's see, mine are the Case IH DC 133 disc mower, 2018-2023 by Jolly Farms Modding, the Swather pack, there you go, nice, the Vermeer TM 1410 and Kloss Disco pack by Giant Software, nice, nice. I like using John Deere HX20 for mulching, yes, so that's the other thing I like about it too, is that you can use it as a mulcher, which is really, really nice. Now, one thing that I'm curious about on this map, I don't know the answer. If anybody out there knows, please let me know. But I've been noticing all these sticks and stuff on the ground here. I know on some maps that when these sticks and stuff are on the ground, if you try and make a field out of them, those sticks remain. I don't know if that's the case on this map. Please let me know if those sticks remain after plowing, because that would make me sad. Oh, there we go. Hey, let my log go. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna add much more to the back of this truck because, oof. This thing, you know what? Let's finish cutting up this log and then we're going to take this to the sawmill because I can just see this not going well. Like just not having enough power or something. We'll cut that. There we go. One more. Oof, now I'm really nervous. Now I'm really thinking I may have messed up and put too many logs in. Alright, cool. So let's, whoops. There we go. All those are good. Alright, wish me luck. Oh, it pulled away pretty good. Okay, okay. Nice, nice. We're... Okay, well maybe I was worried over nothing. Yeah, I think I was probably worried over nothing. Let's see. So I'll catch up with the chat in just a second. We'll make our way down to the sawmill. I tell you what, this is a really long driveway. I love it though. If I could have a driveway like this in real life and be able to just kind of be tucked away out in the middle of nowhere, oh, that's sounds like heaven to me. Look out, deer. I absolutely love the 3 on the tree on this truck. Absolutely love it. The shifting mechanism that's on the steering column there. You almost never see that anymore. The 3 on the tree or 4 on the floor. You only get automatic. Which I tell you what, I wouldn't drive a manual where I live nowadays. I used to drive so actually pretty much all my vehicles before I moved to Florida were manual transmissions. I had an old 89 Mustang that was manual transmission. I had a what was it? It was a 87 Jeep Comanche after that. After that, went back to the Mustang. And then it wasn't until the vehicle I had after that, I bought from my grandfather, where I finally had my first vehicle that was an automatic. And that was a 91 Ford F-150. And then after that went to an 89 Ford Bronco. So it was one of those, like, I was very well versed in driving manual transmissions, and I love them. I much prefer driving a manual transmission than having an automatic. I feel like you're more in tune with the vehicle and more kind of invested in the driving capacity of the vehicle. But it's just one of those that because there's just so much traffic around where I'm at, and so much different kinds of traffic. I've discussed this on the channel before, but here in my area in Florida, you really have a eclectic version of driving. You don't get like one brand of driving. Like when I lived in Michigan, perfect example, you know, people pretty much drove the same. They all drove like Michiganders, you know, pretty much respected the left lane is for the fast lane and the right lane is a slow lane, and that if you're passing somebody, you want to pass somebody, then you go into the fast lane and then you merge back into the slow lane kind of thing. Down here in Florida, there's no such thing as a fast lane, a slow lane, or anything like that. It's just my lane is my lane and get over it. And the reason that there's no real harmony, there's no Florida style, like New Yorkers are going to drive like New Yorkers, Californians are going to drive like Californians, for the most part. But the reason that you don't get that kind of homogeneity here in Florida is because you basically don't have anybody from Florida that lives here in Florida. You basically get people from all over the country that come around, and they make Florida their winter home, or they make it their home after living somewhere else for many years, like myself. Ooh, 3.5 grand, not bad. Oops, wrong button. Let's see. Wanted to. There we go. And there we go. Nope, still a wrong button. All right, let's get back to the kind of homestead there. We'll drop the truck off, and then we're gonna focus solely on harvesting at this point, because it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. It's getting late. I'm getting not tired, but I'm getting there. I'm starting to feel it. Let's see. There we go. Let's get this back, and then I will unload the harvester, which I'm pretty sure needs to be unloaded. Okay, yeah, it does look like it stopped. Let's see. So see, I was thinking about giving the bigger horsepower engine to this until I realized it was like an extra 40 grand, or so, it was some ridiculous price to get the bigger horsepower engine in this truck. It's like, nope. Nope, not gonna bother spending that amount of money. Even though it was when I was setting everything up, so I could have bought it and just not cared, but just one of those, I don't know. I guess I didn't need it. Alright, so make our way down. Get this all put back, and then we'll unload. Like I said, that's what we're just going to focus on, the harvesting at this point. Try and get that finished, because it's getting late. So let me check something just real quick. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Pulling the drive. And then, just over this hill, we'll start to see the campsite all come into view. There we go. Perfect. Boop. Oh yeah, that's full. Let's see, I think it's that direction. All right. Yes, okay. We're heading right towards it. Oh yeah, I can see it there in the distance. Way off in the distance. And then when we unload, I'll catch back up with the chat. Dun 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 dun. I don't know why. Don't know why, just Random things that pop into my head. Oh, yeah, it's going. All right, cool. All right, let's catch up. Let's see. I like using. Oh no, I read that already. What is your favorite rakes to use? Oh, that one's easy. Nope, wrong screen. So when you say rakes, I presume you mean windrowers. And if that's the case, that's an easy one. So if I'm just starting out, this one here, the Rosselmash GVS 6U, $1,300 and 6.5 meters in width. Awesome. But when I can afford it, this one, the trailed windrower, Lizard trailed windrower. This thing is amazing because you can hook it up behind your tractor and then you can hook your baler up directly behind it with the PTO. It works perfectly, and you can have multiple pickup widths: 10.3 meter, 12 meter, 16, 20, and back again. Like, just amazing equipment right here. Love this one. You also have a front windrower version of it, and again, the what is it, 10.3, 12, 16, and 20. Like, oh, just amazing. There we go. Let's see, how is this looking so far? So yeah, so far it's going good. We've got Will saying, I like using the Vermeer R2800 and the Oxbow 2340. Okay. Yeah, the Vermeer, that's this one, isn't it? Yeah, that one. That one is a nice one. I do like it. I like that it's you can kind of change its pickup width ever slightly. You can make small windrows, you can make large windrows. I do like that. And for the price, it's not that bad. 33 grand for 8.5 meters. So yeah, really not bad at all. One of the things I like about the straw harvest is being able to load twin and net wrap into bales. That is really cool. I do really like that. The straw harvest mod, I was really thrilled to see came out. I loved it in FS19, and I love it again in 22. And I think it serves the game very well. Being able to make pellets, being able to pack them and do all that stuff. Really like that. Like that a lot. Will also says, my favorite plows to use are the John Deere 712 mulch tiller by Rooster Mods, John Deere 2100 Ripper by LR Modding, and John Deere 2410 by JA Modding. So my favorite plow actually used to be, it just recently changed here recently, was this one here, the Lizard 6MT 9MT. That used to be my favorite one right there. But now it's these ones. The Lizard SP 10M. And the reason being is you can see it's 10.5 meters wide. It's really nice. It's a good size. But add functions, can have it a standard. It can be a standard plow, or it can be a mulcher and a plow. So you do mulching and you mulch and plow at the same exact time. It is amazing. Compared to the John Deere here, that's 16.7 meters at 85 grand. This is $4,000. So you're getting about, not even half as much of the width in this one, but you're saving a step by being able to mulch at the same time. So, chef's kiss. Love that one. Will says, just follow you on Facebook. I appreciate it, Will. Like I said, feel free to go ahead and send me send me pictures on there if you want. We can, I can definitely check them out from there. The sticks on the ground go away, if I remember correctly, if you plow. Perfect. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That was something I was really nervous about when I first started. I was like, oh man, I know there's certain maps that don't always like delete them if you plow over them. So I really hope that's not the case. And then you have a field with a bunch of sticks right in the middle of them, especially when you're like first starting out. When you get the product growing in them, it doesn't really matter because it kind of hides underneath the product. But then you harvest it, and then you see the sticks again, and it's just a real nuisance. What just happened? Oh, I held my So I have my watch on, and my phone is on the armrest of my chair where I'm sitting, and at the same time I went to move my hand over onto the armrest and must have gotten too close to my watch and started vibrating rather vigorously, so I didn't know what was going on. It just was establishing a connection to my phone. But while I'm thinking of it, let me go ahead and give a shout out to all of my channel members, specifically my tier 2s to start. Mark K, thank you so much for being a tier 2 channel member. I greatly appreciate you, and you are it as of right now. Again, if you want to become a member of the channel and help support us here on the channel, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or on the main channel page there is a join button where you can take a look and gain access to early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series and the channel shorts. You can also get custom emojis, custom badges, and all that starts out at tier 1 membership level for 99 cents a month. You can also get access to tier 2 memberships, which give you the perks I just previously mentioned, as well as the shout out every single live stream for being a tier 2 member. That starts at $4.99 a month. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and check it out. Like I said, link in the description below. Or if you don't want to sign up for a month-to-month kind of thing, if you just want to show your appreciation to the channel and help the channel grow, feel free to shoot out a super chat, super sticker. If you can, I greatly appreciate it. If you can't, totally understand as well. Just one of those. Want to say thank you to every single person who's been on this stream and who is subscribed to me, who's just involved in the channel in any way, shape, or form. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. It is such a pleasure to come on and do these live streams and to hang out with everybody. It is just a fantastic time. I have an absolute ball being on here and just hanging out and having a good time. So greatly, greatly appreciate every single one of you. Let's see. Will says, my favorite sprayers are the Lizard Circular Pivot Irrigation by Hispano, Case IH Patriot by 350 by Connect Modding, Agrotonio, John Deere 4940 self-propelled sprayer, Custom Modding Plus. Yes, all of those are awesome. I have yet to be able to use the circular pivot, but I've been wanting to. I've been really wanting to find a series where I could really utilize that, but really just haven't had the right kind of the right area to work with it just yet. But one of these days I'm going to set it up to where I'm going to be able to use it in the series and really kind of dive into it. Like it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Let's see. Will also says the Case IH Trident 5550 combination applicator by Caserius Modding. Yes, that's also another real good one as well. Love that one as well. The Trident, I really like the John Deere 4940, the self-propelled, and the reason being is that you can use it as both a sprayer and as a spreader for lime and fertilizer. So that one, I love the modules on it to be able to do that. Ooh, we're finally getting into the long stretch. Watch out now. We're getting there. We're getting there. You figure we've been streaming since what, 9:30 at night, so almost 3.5 hours now, and we're only to this point in the harvesting. Like this is a massive field, absolutely massive, just mind-blowing to me. Let's see. Check something real quick. That's looking good. Alright, cool. One thing I've been noticing here lately, and I don't know why it's happening, I think it was something to do on YouTube's end, but I was seeing massive dips in the retention, and I don't know why it was happening, but I'm looking at the kind of graphs right now, and it looks like everything's like going, it'd be, you know, at however many people were concurrently viewing the stream, and then all of a sudden just went to zero, just like completely flatlined. And I don't know why it was doing that, what was causing it, but it seems like it kind of worked itself out. So my guess is something to do with YouTube and the connectivity to the servers. Just a guess, not certain. But I'm not seeing any huge losses or anything like that in the retention, so ought to be good to go from there. So let's minimize that back down. My favorite rollers are Lizard Comax by J.M. Garcia and Mandeku 5-plex roller by Mandeku. So those, let's see, rollers. There it is. So these ones I like as a kind of starter. These ones are nice because they're cheap. Whenever you're starting out a Let's Play series, it's always good to have cheap stuff. But when you've got some money, this is kind of my second favorite because it's not only a roller, but it's also a grass roller. It's also a mulcher. Very nice, very good to have something that can do multiple jobs. But then when you get money, this one here, the Mega Roll 1230 multi-roller, again, same thing, field roller, grass roller, mulching roller. And this is 24.3 meters wide. So this thing is massive, absolutely massive, but it's 140 grand. So kind of hard to justify that kind of price. This one's also really nice, but again, it gives you that kind of multi combination, the Comax 10, Comax 20. So very, very nice and significantly cheaper. But this one is about 4.3 meters wider and just what, 20 grand more? Yeah, 20 grand, 20.5 grand. Yep. So that one's nice. Oh, and we're full. Bonanza. Let's go. I don't know why, but I'm getting all these really old movies just kind of flooding into my brain for some reason. That one was oh, you know what? I threw out earlier in the stream the quote, and I don't think anybody picked up on it or guessed. Oh goodness, and now I'm trying to remember what the quote was. It was from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That was one of my favorite movies growing up, and one of the most nightmare-inducing movies when I was a small child. It was specifically the end there where the bad guy, played by Christopher Lloyd, he popped out his eyes and had the blood red eyes, and then his eyes turned into daggers. Oh, that was like nightmare fuel for a little kid. But absolutely loved that movie. Such a good one. And it was one of those, like, you could enjoy it as a kid, and the references, even though there was a lot of kind of adult references in it, they weren't said in a way that, you know, a child is going to pick up on. Let's see. Here we go. Let's sell this off. Oh, come on. There we go. We're getting it. We're getting it. Let's see. My favorite animal pens are the Lizard Calf Huts by Mr. Hector, Red Barn Pack by FSG Modding, FSG Tasman. Oh, hey, I'm drifting. You know what? I will read the rest of that once we get to a safe space, because if I'm trying to read it and drive at the same time. It never works out. It never works out good for me. I'm a walking, talking advertisement of what not to do behind the wheel when playing this game. Don't read and drive. Don't speed and drive. Don't drive in oncoming traffic and drive. Don't do. You know what? I ought to make a PSA. I should make a PSA, and it's the do not do this while driving, and it's just clips of me driving, and then it will be like what those old school PSAs, like, this is your brain on drugs kind of thing. But that's what we could do, is we can make a PSA where it's, this is how you drive, or this is how you not drive. Get the message? Whoa, easy. We're starting to get a little squirrely. And then tucked away over here. There we go. Alright, so let me start again. So my favorite animal pens are the Lizard Calf Hut by Mr. Hector, Red Barn Pack by FSG Modding, FSG Tasman, Lizard Cow Barns by Mr. Hector, Cow Barn Set by Lancy Boy, Hog Confinement by Schultz Modding, and the Old School Freestall by Pleasant View Farms, Chicken Barn XL by FSG Modding, FSG Tasman, Cow Barn XL by FSG Modding, FSG Tasman, 120 by 400 BTO Freestall Monoslope by Legacy AG Lack. Yes, those are all solids. Now, I'm not going to... Oh, and the American Husbandry set by Lancy Boy. I am not going to actually tell you what my favorites are, because I am going to use one of them in this Let's Play. So it's something that I'm going to build up to. So that one I'm going to specifically kind of tip my cap to and just kind of demur away. So there we go. Let's get back. I'm sure that it's full again. Yeah, it looks like it stopped, so we ought to be good to go there. Nice. Didn't have to slow down. That makes me happy. So yeah, we've got so many different mods. It's amazing. Like I said, this game is so great. Being able to have access to all the mods, able to have access to all this free content that you don't get in any other game out there. It's exceedingly rare that you get a way for people to be able to contribute to a game such as this. And like I said, it's what makes this game. What really makes it stand apart from everything else that's out there. Oh, now the worker's full. Just saw that. So it's awesome that we get access to things like that. That we get, like, I remember when FS22 was coming out, and people were really worried about whether or not we were going to have access to the mod hub. If the mod hub was still going to continue to be a thing, and people were legitimately worried, and I understand now as to why. Because it's one of those that this game would not be anything if it wasn't for having the mod hub. If the mod hub didn't exist, honestly, I don't see this game surviving without the mod hub. Now, that might be a very bold statement, because it's a solid game. It's an absolutely wonderful game. But without the mod hub and the ability for people to be able to bring in their own kind of flavor to it, I just don't see it being sustainable. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just kind of being a little negative Nancy about that one, but I don't know. I just don't see how this game is anywhere near as entertaining if all we have are like base game stuff. Even with the expansions, like the platinum, the premium, and all the other DLCs and stuff like that. Like I just don't see being able to have people be satisfied with just this, with just the basics. Now, don't get me wrong; they're really great uh, introductory stuff. I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm bashing Giants, because Giants makes a great game. They made a very, very great game. But I just don't see it surviving the long term. Maybe the short term, but the long term, I don't think you'd get a lot of people buying into it if it wasn't for all the maps, if it wasn't for all the equipment, if it wasn't for all the things that people bring and add to it, kind of thing. Let's see. Will says, not this update, but the next update for Alma, Missouri will be awesome. He is trying to get permission to add baby. Oh, that would be amazing, but that would also stink because more than likely you need a new save game. No, not a new save game. No. That I would be absolutely happy and thrilled for anybody that would be able to go out and update their save file and be able to do that stuff. If I get too much further into it, then I could not justify being able to delete, start fresh, and kind of go from there. I had to do that in Hills of Tuscany, but thankfully I was only in episode like 2 or 3 when that happened. But depending on when that comes out, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Will also says, my favorite harvester headers are the Honeybee Airflex. That's a good one by Custom Modding. Corsoni CRX series by SMI Modding. John Deere HD35F and HD40F, 45F, and 50F by Agrotonio. All those are solid ones. And the Class Cario, Hispano, and Corsoni Compact 10 by SMI Modding Team. It would stink for me because I have over 400 plus hours on the map. Absolutely. Like I said, it's one of those that I would absolutely love it, but I could not. Like, once you get past a certain point, you can't justify starting over again. Like, and I'm speaking from a YouTuber's perspective. If I was just playing the game, just play the game and whatnot, then I could justify starting it over after any length of time, kind of thing. It'd be one of those that, oh yeah, but I really want baby animals. Oh yeah, well I really want it, kind of thing. But when you're doing YouTube, when you're doing live streaming and stuff like that, you have something that's already established, and you could theoretically get it back to the point to where you started the last recording and all that, and then you just have animals and stuff like, you just have the baby animals, or you just have this new feature that was added that you really wanted. But the problem is that eventually it gets to a point to where you're having to dump so much time into the rebuild that it just kind of crosses that line of being able to do. So right now, if it released, let's say Monday, I would probably do it. I'd probably just tank whatever I had here and start from fresh, kind of thing. Take out a couple of the trees, sell off what I had to, and just kind of go from there, kind of thing. But if that update came out like in 2 months, a month from now even, probably not. Probably wouldn't be able to justify that. So one of those where I hope it comes out sooner rather than later, because I would love to have a map where we had the baby animals. Would love it. Now I hope that it doesn't go through the issues that TNT Modding is going through with Bucks County. So if anybody's out there who's loaded up Buck County and has tried it, me personally, I don't know if anybody else is having the same issue, but the animals on there seem juddery, something seems wrong with them. and it's specific to that map. I've not experienced this on any other map, but it's just one of those where kind of that was another map that I would have really loved to have played on a Let's Play series. But if I'm gonna have to deal with juddering and weird animal behaviors kind of thing, and that's kind of the main part of your farm are the cows and the chickens on that particular game or in that particular map, then I probably wouldn't be able to justify it, because it would just be like really juddery and janky looking. I just couldn't do it. Let's see. He's trying to get the 4D modding slurry texture and crop textures. Ooh, now that would be cool. Especially there at the starting farm, because you got that big slurry tanker there. That would look really slick. And the crop textures too. That would be awesome. Well, hopefully selebuuki can do it, because their maps are just absolutely amazing. Like I said earlier in the stream, selebuuki makes amazing maps, does an amazing job. But if they could get those kind of additional elements, it would just completely tip it over the top. Like this map, in my opinion, I've said it a couple of times tonight, is one of the, if not the best map out there. But if they were able to get baby animals, if they were able to get the slurry textures, if they were able to get the textures for crops, that would absolutely push it over the top, and then put it far and away the best map. Like, not even close. I don't think there would be another map that could even come close to touching it. My favorite cultivator is the Case IH Tigermate 255 field cultivator by Custom Modding. So it's actually pretty rare that I use cultivators, because it's one of those I either try and use direct drills or plows. Like I tend not to have that kind of intermediate where I would need a cultivator. But out of all of them, I don't think I have too many modded cultivators. These ones I do kind of like. The Lizard RF8M EXT. There we go. These ones are nice. I have used these in the past. They're basically like a mulcher, a roller kind of thing, and you can combine them and kind of tag them in to each other, so you can get, 4, 8, 12, various increments. And depending on how well you do, you can really kind of, daisy chain them along with each other. It's really kind of cool. He is also adding workable garages at both cow farms. Oh, nice. That'll be nice. Yeah, so it definitely sounds like it's going to require new save games and whatnot. And if that's the case, then I definitely cannot update it if it gets past a certain point. Like I said, if we're talking maybe in the next week, then yeah, potentially. But if it goes too much longer, not so much. Full tank. Oh, it's over there. I'm riding over on this side thinking that it's over here. Nope. Alright, come on, let's unload. There we go. Wow, this is absolutely filthy. Look at this. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, that's the only bummer when it comes to map updates. And I know, it's unavoidable to certain degrees. But it's always a real shame whenever you get a map update and you get that notification of new save game required. It's like, no, but I wanted to be able to update it, or it's such a cool update that you have to struggle. It's like, do I want to keep my old save game or do I want to update it? Like, I don't know. So it's one of those, like, you always go through that kind of initial kind of should I, shouldn't I kind of things. Like, just, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish you didn't have to necessarily make that choice, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. He is also adding snowy roads during the winter, and when it rains, the asphalt will get wet and leave on the ground during the fall. Plus the dishes will fit. Oh, now see, that is so cool. Oh my goodness, Celebuki, you're killing me. You're killing me right now. You're killing me, Smalls. Again, all the old school movie references are just flowing in right now. I don't know why. I guess this is a sign that I just need to go and watch some old movies or something like that. And that is a good movie too. The oh wow, why can't I remember it? Probably because it's late and I've been streaming for what, 4 hours. Sandlot. There we go. Sandlot. Took me a second. I got there. I got there. Had to think about it there for a second, but isn't that really weird though? You can very clearly remember a part of something and then you can't think of where it came from. Like, that's that's kind of a trip right there. Tell you what, I absolutely love this first person view, being able to see all the dirt and stuff that's getting clung onto the windows, and that's really kind of filling things up. I also like being able to turn around and see all the product getting loaded in the chamber here. That's so cool. The bouncing of the seats. Like, you don't get to see this stuff when you're in third person view. You can see like the top of the chamber and see it full from that perspective, but you don't get to see like all the really fine details. Like, you look at the little panel there. If it stopped bouncing around, I could see 3 beeps, on, auto. Like, it's just all the cool little details that you can see that's on the interior on these things. It's so cool. So cool. Will not need a new save game for this. Ooh! This update will. The next one will. Everything will not need a new save game, but the new animals in the next update. Okay. So wait. So the one with the animals will require a new save game, but everything else won't? If I'm understanding you right, I think that's what you're saying there. Will not need a new save game for this update, but the next one will. Everything will not need a new save game, but the new animals in the next update. Okay. All right. Well, that's awesome. I mean, that's, here's hoping that it's that it all works out and we're able to just enjoy it. Love it. I absolutely love seeing these map makers and them being able to get permission to utilize the mods that just make the game into the next level, like the baby animals, like just all the things kind of in general. It's really cool how tight-knit and awesome this community really is. Being able to see all the various modders kind of interact with each other and do things with each other to kind of co-author and co-sign on other projects and stuff. It's really cool. It's like, that's something that is fantastic. like I said, this is probably one of the coolest communities um, that I've ever come across. Just the farming simulator community, just full sentence stop, is just amazing. It's got great people, uh, great viewers, great modders, great map makers, just great people in general. Full sentence stop. I absolutely love it, and was something that I was not expecting when I first started doing YouTube. Being able to come on and interact with all the great, wonderful people that I've interacted with is just really, really awesome. Really, really love it. And you know, and don't get me wrong, I've come across my fair share of characters out there that you know, a real kind of a bummer, a buzzkill kind of thing. But it's one of those, like, you're gonna find that anywhere you go, and I think it's more of a reflection on myself, on how I deal with those kind of interactions. And it's just a general statement. It's really just a reflection of how you are as an individual, how you deal when you get into those kind of in those kind of situations, kind of thing. So I always try and be, you know, respectful and pleasant whenever, you know, even when people, you know, come to troll or come to do kind of silliness on the channel here. You know, I tend to kind of just be respectful and be like, hey, you know, sorry you feel that way, but oh well, I'm gonna do what I do, or whatever the case may be. Let's see. Will says I'll keep you updated on everything. Hey, absolutely, Will. I would really appreciate that. Because it's one of those things that definitely want to see where this kind of ends up. At the end of the day, I would love to, if there's any updates, yeah, absolutely, we'll take them. And like I said, you can reach out to me here on the channel through comments or on Facebook. Like you said, you followed me earlier, so if you want to send me a message, feel free. Yeah, you can go from there. Absolutely, I appreciate it. Alright, so I think this is either the last or second to last pass on this chunk, and then we've got the last little bit there. So we don't have too much more to do. I can definitely see, though, that this this map is going to facilitate multiple harvesters, multiple bits of equipment to be able to do the jobs and to get things done in a relatively decent amount of time. Oh wow, I just saw field 34 down the southwest corner, the bottom left hand corner there, and I just saw that little kind of off to the, it would be the northwest corner of the field itself. It's just kind of that little kind of protrusion there. Oops. Let's see. Well, we're just gonna cut through the product. Oh, there it goes. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Do you remember the update on Iowa Plains View, the snowy roads, wet asphalt, and the ditches that... Yes, I do remember that. So it's basically the same same update that was for that one. That's awesome, yeah. Iowa Plains View, that's another amazing map. Again, it's another reason why Celebuki is a great map maker, is just the attention to detail and the... For lack of a better word, the simplicity of the maps. So you get all the details. You get all the details of the map, which is amazing. But then you get just the kind of this. almost sounds disrespectful. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but it's a simple kind of layout. You get this kind of very simple grid square pattern, which is very common in, Midwest states. You get very square, very kind of basic designs from getting from point A to point B kind of thing. You don't get, all these like winding dirt roads or whatever, unless you're in an area that kind of facilitates it. You kind of want to get to point A to point B is with as little issue as possible kind of thing. So in the Midwest, you can just basically make mostly straight roads. Being from Michigan, that's what I'm used to, is kind of the grids that were around there. But what makes it kind of unique and complex are the fields. So the road network is simple. It's just basically a big square. But the fields are just kind of all over the place in how they're designed and whatnot. It just really makes it nice. And Iowa Plains View was the same exact way. Wasn't to this extreme to where it was like very kind of, all over the map kind of thing. But the farm there was amazing. The farm on this one was really amazing. And unfortunately, I had to blow out the farm in order to do this series here. If we kind of go up here, let's see. There's a train. There's my forest there. So I basically had to blow out this entire farm in order to get it to where I could sell it, and I didn't have ownership of it. But you can see, I mean, this is where it all starts. But I basically filled it all in with grass and basically made it like a big meadow. But, the house was right here. The silos were over here. You had the little storage area here. Another big barn here. The cow barn and sheep barn were right here. The slurry pit was down here. The horse barn was over here. So it just a bunch of stuff that I had to clear out. But I think I did an okay job with, making it look relatively natural. And then this is my eventual goal, is to buy this land back. I want to buy this back, and this is going to be my farm moving forward. But I wanted to do a custom farm and really kind of make it my own. Even though I absolutely adore the way the farm looks here, especially the cow barn here with the big slurry pit back here. I thought that was really, really cool. And I'm really sad to see that I'm not going to be able to utilize that. But it is what it is. It's not the end of the world kind of thing. Let's see. Might as well just take over and do this part myself. There we go. And then we're on to phase 3. Love it. Let's see. Will says, I asked him if he could raise the animals from 350 to 500 at the big cow farm. Said he'd work on it. Oh, that's awesome. Can you go to the cow farm that has the cows and look at the house? Yes. So are you talking about this one down here? So, here, let's do this. So you're talking about this one here? The garage attached to the house will become functional and placeable. Oh, that's awesome. So that'd be really cool. Yeah, being able to utilize that garage, that'll be really cool. Yeah, this is also really nice. Like, I really like this farm too, just the way it's all laid out. You got the little cow barn here with the additional storage all around here. I just like how it's kind of, wrapped up in the grass fields that we got here. We got this grass field, all behind this little pond that's back here, some more grass fields. Like, all these are grass, every single one of these. At least I think they're grass. Am I wrong? Oh, no, the 40 isn't. 40 and 38 aren't. Oh, no, wait, they are. Yeah, 40 and 38 are. They just haven't, they're just planted with grass, not actually, like, predetermined as grass. So, yeah, these will grow next month, I believe. But, yeah, these will be big contracts, too. especially 40. That'll be a really good one. All right, let's go back. Oh darn! I thought I only had one more pass. There we go. All right, final pass. Now we're at the final pass. Let's see. Including the house with that big cow. Ooh, nice. And color selectable too. Ooh, that's cool. That I like. Yeah, so it sounds like Celebuki's really putting in a lot of effort into the updates. That's awesome. I absolutely love that. You know, they made an amazing base for the map, and that they're able to come back through and overwrite it and like make it better, kind of thing. So that's where I was saying earlier. It's kind of a double-edged sword with being able to put out updates and whatnot. And coming from a time where I grew up, you know, back in the 80s, you know, playing games back then where the product that you had to have had to be right, kind of thing. I do like this kind of ability to be able to put out updates because it allows us to, one, it allows us to correct mistakes on the fly, kind of thing, but it also allows us to be able to expand and make things bigger and better and to provide greater like with DLCs, it allows you to add things to the game that weren't originally a part of it, kind of thing. But then it also allows you to add things that weren't a part of the original game, to where, you know, you could make the argument, well, it should have been a part of the original game, or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying in Celebuki's case, I'm just saying in general. But it's one of those where, in this particular instance, I'm thankful for it because it allows us to be able to have the amazing base like what we have now, but then we get to build upon it and add to it and all that stuff. So that's fantastic. I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that Celebuki's showing this map even more love than what they already did, and is going to just make it that much better, kind of thing. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it severely. Oh, I need to adjust real quick. Oh goodness. Just realized I've been kind of sitting in the same position for a little while and it's starting to hurt. There we go. He's making the same thing for Ravenport from FS9. Oh, I didn't realize he's making Ravenport. Ooh, okay. He is converting it for FS22. And when you delete a lot of the factories and biogas plant, you'll be able to place things down. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So cool. Yeah, Ravenport. Wow, that's I'm looking forward to when that one comes out. I had no idea that Celebuki made that one. That's awesome. That's so cool. I tell you what, though, it's one of those. It really amazes me on just how there's certain map makers, certain modders out there, and how they can put out so much material over however long the run of the game is. Like, you figure Celebuki's got what, 2 maps, Iowa Plains View, and this one, or no, 3 maps. Iowa Plains View, Alma, and Goldcrest Valley. I think are the 3 maps that they've got put out, and they're making the 4th one here for Ravenport. But I know there's certain map makers out there that spent a solid year on their maps, and it makes sense. You know, they're not doing this full time or anything like that. But it's just it's awesome. It's fantastic to see that there's people that are so dedicated to the community to be able to bring this kind of content, to bring this kind of stuff. It's really cool. It's really awesome. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, here's my favorite map maker. Map modder. Yes, definitely up there for me as well. Definitely up there. One of those that I've, you know what? Here in real time, I will go ahead and say yes. I will say 100% he is my favorite as well. It's very, very close tie between him and Zero Ito, but the reason I'm going to say that Celebuki edges out Zero Ito is because I can actually sit here and play this map. On all, with the exception of a few of the older maps that Zero Ito put out, I can't play them on YouTube because there's music that plays in the background in the maps. On Frontier, on uh, the Green Valley, on pretty much every single one of their maps, there's music that's playing in the background, and some of it I believe is copywritten. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I do remember being able to put my phone up with Shazam and it pulling something up. So I don't know if I were to play on them if I could get a channel strike or anything like that. So I don't even try it. And I know Mr. Sealy P did a Let's Play on Frontier, and he had to do a lot of kind of dipsy doodling around to make sure that he didn't run afoul of any of the copyright claims and things like that, because he was really concerned about it as well. And me being a significantly smaller channel, that's one of my biggest fears, is that I would, you know, go onto the map trying to play and just have a good time with the series, and then all of a sudden, boop, you got a channel strike. You can't stream for, you know, a month, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. It's like, nope, I can't even risk it. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to be able to play on Zero Ito's maps, but I just don't take the risk. But at least on Celebuki, I can sit here and play this. I can play Alma. I can play Goldcrest. I can play Iowa Plains. All of them. Don't have an issue with it. And they're amazing maps. They're wonderful maps. And they're a great combination of really good map for gameplay and a really good map for kind of the features that FS22 really kind of brought to the forefront of the kind of gameplay itself, specifically around productions, being able to take your product and produce the next thing, the next thing, and the next thing. Let's see. Tex Wants More says, how's it going, Tex? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, I just wish the water bill on his cow large barn was not $15K a month for water. Wow, that is a lot for water. I can understand not wanting that. Ravenport is Giants waiting for testing. Ooh, nice. Nice, love it. I can't wait for that one to come out. So I remember Ravenport from 19, and that was a good map too. Like I said, I had no idea that Celebuki was even doing that one. And it's funny, somebody was asking earlier, and it might have been you, Will. I'm not 100% sure, but somebody was asking me about, you know, would I do mod reviews, because I do map updates, map tours, Let's Play series, shorts, all that stuff. Well, and the one thing I don't do is mod reviews. And sorry, I'm getting distracted. But the where was I going with this? Oops, come on, don't run into me. Where the heck was I going with this? Wow. Oh, that's where I was going. But one of the reasons why I don't also do it, besides time being an issue, is I I'm very very poor at keeping up with all the things that are coming out, kind of thing, because I don't necessarily have to be up to date and in the know, kind of thing, for the kind of content that I produce. So it's just one of those, I kind of look at the mod hub and kind of go from there. I don't have to know, oh well, this map's coming out or this mod's coming out, or anything like that, which that wouldn't change by doing the mod reviews, now that I'm kind of saying this out loud. But one of those that I don't know. I really, it, if the channel continues to do as well as it's doing, and it continues to kind of, go at the pace and whatnot, and I'm able to potentially dedicate more and more time to the channel, then maybe I can start doing things like the mod reviews, or the mod, yeah, mod reviews, or do things like passing along information, kind of things like a DJ Goham would do, or or Mr. Sealy P, or anybody like that, being able to just provide that kind of additional behind the scenes information kind of thing that is really kind of useful for a lot of us, to know. It's like, oh well, this mod's coming out and would love to know that it's coming out, or this map is in testing or whatever. Like, all that stuff would be like, it's very vital information, and it's really really cool to know that, hey, Ravenport's in the pipe and it's making its way to the platforms and whatnot. That's awesome. But for what I do at the moment, it's not really of vital. Oh, I didn't see a turn signal. It's not vital for me to know, so I don't tend to dedicate the time that it would take to be able to know it. But it's great to know, because like I said, Ravenport is a great map. I look forward to its release and being able to do the tour on it, especially knowing that Celebuki is doing it. That there really makes me excited, because I can't wait to see all the cool stuff that they bring to it, and how it kind of changed from 19 to 22. Let's see. Oh, green. I got back just in time. That's awesome. And you figure I'm almost done with this whole contract. Like, this whole contract is pretty much done. I mean, that's oof, we're getting close. Figure this whole contract here was 4.5 hours worth of work, because we started at 9:30. We didn't start right at 9:30, but I'm using 9:30 as the start time, kind of thing. And we've been going at this one contract the whole time. Alright, let me catch up with what everyone's saying. So, Will says, to me, Celebuki and Oxygen David are the best map makers. Lancy Boy and FSG Tasman make the best placeables and custom modding, and plus Caesarius modding. Yes, 100. I'll absolutely agree to that ranking. So Oxygen David, I think, for different reasons, has one of the best map makers. Their maps are very gorgeous. Like, they have an eye for beauty that that when you see it, you know it, kind of thing. And same thing with Lancy Boy. Same thing with Lancy Boy. Their maps are gorgeous looking, and this map is beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but Lancy Boy and Oxygen David, like, they take their maps to like that next level of beauty, to where Celebuki, they have really great looking maps, really good looking maps, but what sets them apart are the details and the additionals. So having all the kind of production points that we have available to us on this map, having all the different various sell points, just all those little details, all those little things, just is really really cool, that you don't often see on any other maps. Now, you'll see other maps that has, like, corn drying, or they'll have like those kind of niche particular production points on there, but not to this degree, not to this extent that Celebuki does. They got the pizza or the pizzeria, they got the corn dryer, they got the Not those. Oh, it's the popcorn factory and the ketchup productions, like all those different ones, and they lay out their productions in such a way, and all of them are custom. That's what I absolutely love about Celebuki, is not only are their mods top notch, but when they make a map, they're not just recycling the base in-game mods that we're used to seeing. They are using things that they themselves have made. Like, you look at the bakery right across the street here. Like, that is a bakery that you'll find on no other map. It's gorgeous. Like, that is a really awesome setting right there. You might see it on another Celebuki map, so don't say it's not on any other map. But regardless, you understand my point, is that this is something that you would not see anywhere else that isn't a Celebuki map. Same thing with like the garages and then the sell points and stuff like that. You've got all these custom buildings, and all this stuff takes time. Oh, look at that. I just noticed that. You got an air conditioner that's a split level or a split unit air conditioner, and it's got the spinning fan. Again, a detail like that is so awesome. It's stupid that like being this excited. It's stupid being this excited, but I'm super excited that I saw that. Like, that is awesome. I love that. And that's the same reasons why I really like Zero Ito, is because they have those level of details that are just really, really awesome to see. What made me really fall in love with their maps is I went into third person on one of their maps. I think it was the Green Valley. Don't quote me on that, though. I went into third person, and I was really high up in the air in the build menu, and I saw that there was a fan in one of the power plants that was up at the very top. You would never notice that unless you were in that sky-high view, but it's there. It's there, and it's really awesome because it's just one of those that you don't expect to see. Didn't expect to see it, but I saw it, and it was awesome. Loved it. Let me catch up with the chat there. Let's see. The last two modders make the best vehicles and equipment. Yes, 100% agree with that. Since the next update for Alma will require a new save game, he is going to make the fire hall usable. I forgot about that. Ooh, that's nice. Text says, maybe just do reviews on mods you'd like to use. So I have done like my favorite mods, and what I ended up doing is I went category, nope, wrong. I went category by category and actually listed out, this is my favorite mod for trailers, this is my favorite auger wagon, this is my favorite header, so on and so forth. So I do have content like that, but it was like a one-time kind of video kind of thing, and it's something that I could potentially put out updates going forward. But like I said, I get so limited in the amount of time that I can spend on doing YouTube, because I'm a father, I'm a husband, I work full time, so really I only get until like, I only can hop on at like 9:30 at night after my daughter goes to bed, and can really stay up until about 12, 1, 2 o'clock if I really push it. If I'm really like not struggling to try and like stay awake or anything like that, then I can stay up until about 2 o'clock. So really about 5-ish hours where I can really kind of dedicate to the channel kind of thing. And if a map tour or if a map gets released with updates and all that other stuff, like there's the potential of so much content being put out at one time that I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. And it would be a disservice to everybody out there who follows the channel, and it would just make me it would make it to where I would feel guilty, like I'd feel like I'd be doing something wrong kind of thing, and I wouldn't want that kind of thing. So I know what my limits are. I know that I can only get away with safely doing this for now, and then if a day comes where the channel gets bigger and I continue to do well, then I can take on more responsibilities kind of thing, and do bigger and better things. Like I said, I would love to be able to do mod reviews. I'd love to be able to do things like that. I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time. Like, in like a single map tour, one of those can take upwards of an hour, maybe 2 hours, depending on how big the map is. Like a Celebuki map, perfect example, will probably take, when Ravenport comes out, probably take me, I'm guessing, from start to finish, probably about 2 to 2.5 hours to do my initial tour, walk through, and then actually record everything that I need to record. Once everything's recorded, then edit, then take a thumbnail, edit the thumbnail, put that up, and get it up on YouTube and Rumble to be able to put it out for everyone to view, kind of thing. So it's one of those that whenever map tours and stuff are released, it typically takes me until about 1, 2 in the morning to be able to actually get everything start to finish done. And there we go. So let's see. Let me continue to catch up. Will says, always keep up with all the modders. I will keep you up with everything that I can. I appreciate it, Will. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. On Ravenport at the main farm, he made it so you can get rid of the junk around the farm. That's awesome. I love it when they do that, when you can add that. KJ Wiggums, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. What's up? Let's see. Will says he hope you're having a fantastic day. Will says he also added a corn dryer with propane on Ravenport. Nice. And I got into a conversation with Celebuki about adding traffic lights on his maps, and that will work. Haven't heard anything back yet. So it's one of those that kind of reminds me of Iowa Plains View, where the kind of traffic lights are, I mean, those ones are only flashing yellow. So it's one of those, if I remember right, they're only flashing the yellow. So it would be cool. I think that would be really awesome. And we have certain maps where the traffic lights actually are functional and they actually affect traffic. We even have those mods even on consoles where it's a functional traffic light, like you can actually move it around and get it to impede traffic, kind of thing. So that would be really like a really cool addition if that's something that they were able to add in there. That'd actually be really slick. Let's see, this should be just about full, and I think I'll be able to get the rest of this without having to make another run. So I think the next run I make to drop off this grain or this canola will be good to go from there. Let's see. Will also says they wouldn't be flashing, they would actually... Now see, that would be really cool. I would absolutely love that. Again, it's just those details. Those details. You're hitting on exactly what I've been saying this whole night. Details make a map. There we go. And if Celebuki could make it to where the traffic lights actually stopped traffic and actually did stuff like that, that would be really, really cool. Oops, there we go. Let's see. KJ says, not bad, not bad. Just got my wheel and everything running for FS. I just got off this map running a 50-acre small beef farm. Nice. Awesome. That's awesome, bud. I'm gonna have to check it out. One of those I keep seeing people like streaming every once in a while, and I've been trying to come into more and more streams to kind of hang out and show love like people have been showing me. So not just kind of supporting my channel, but to be able to be out there and supporting others as well, kind of thing. But again, my time is limited, so I don't I don't get a lot of opportunity to do so. But I was. Oh wow, it is starting to get dark out here. I just realized the lights were on the harvester there. Um, when I came on here, there was like 3 or 4 other streams rolling at the same time. There was, I think there was Clutch Simulations, Gamer or Driver 53, and another person who was streaming all at the same time as I was. So it was I was in good company with streaming tonight. Yeah, there's so. I tell you what, this is such an awesome map. There's so many people that are doing series on this map. That just goes to show just how good of a map it is when you've got so many different people just on here doing so much in the ways of creation on here. It just really goes to show just how awesome it is. And then on top of it, you know, like we were just discussing there earlier with Celebuki putting out the updates and whatnot here soon, that's just going to make it like the next level, and a bunch of people are going to be, you know, in the same quandary that I'm in. You know, they're going to be like, oh man, I want to be able to update, but you know, the requires new save game kind of thing. You know, I might skate in under the radar if it comes out quick enough to be able to justify updating and making it like remaking the series kind of thing. But again, that's all going to depend on how far it goes. Let's see. Will says, StreamDB page got updated 7 days ago, listed something from Giant Software, don't know what it is though. Ooh, okay. I didn't think that Giants would be putting out too much more content for 22. Oh, we'll have to see. I added wet cakes and soybean meal to the map. Needs a realistic feed. Nice. That's awesome, bud. But there you go again. You're flexing the whole PC thing on me. I tell you what, between you and between you and goodness, Miles. Between you and Miles, y'all are gonna try and convert me into being a PC player. I tell you what, if it wasn't for the console and it being so expensive, I would be there already. But, ooh, we're on the last pass. We're on the last pass. Woo! Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. 82 acres worth of harvesting, and we finally got through it. So again, this stream started. You know what? Hold on. I'm not even gonna go that route. No, you know what? I am. This stream started at 9:30. 9:30. We've been recording for almost 5 hours. All right, let's get this all unloaded. You figure almost all of this is going to be my canola. I'm actually really curious on how much I'm going to get out of this. So let's, all right, let's go ahead and head over. Now let me just double check. I don't want to miss any big tufts. A couple little spots here and there, I can survive with that. I am totally fine with that. Let's minimize that. Let's see. Will says we should find out the next week or the following. Okay, okay. So that might put me outside of the window. If it comes out in 2 weeks or something like that, then it might put me outside the window to where I wouldn't update it and restart the entirety of the map. But I don't know. It just all depends. It all depends on how much gets done. Because there's certain things that I'm doing that could theoretically be redone relatively quickly. I could just buy a wood chipper and just chip out the trees that I've done so far. I could do that. I could, kind of reestablish that and re-landscape the starting farm area with little work to do. There we go. But at the end of the day, it's one of those, if I get too much work done, then I just won't be able to justify it. I would love to be able to justify it, don't get me wrong. Let's see. KJ says $1,000 and you're all set. All the extras that come later. So I've actually have a PC that I think could probably handle it. Actually, it's a Mac. I'm pretty sure the Mac could handle it, but it's just one of those. Like I said, I can't justify spending the $60-some or however much it would be now to buy the game that I already own for the console. And why are we stopping? Let's go. So, like I said, that's kind of where I'm at right now. That, and to sit here and think of the $500 console that I have just sitting there and like not being used, because basically this is all I play nowadays. And if I were to go over to PC to think that it wasn't being used at all or whatnot, it just kind of crushes my soul to think that that would happen. Let's see. All right, let's see what we get. All right, so, oh wow, we had almost 30,000 liters. That was ours. Oh boy, that contract was almost 100 grand when everything's said and done. Holy smokes. I mean, yeah, we leased out almost 7 grand worth, but wow, look at that. That was nearly 100 grand contract right there. That's amazing. Holy smokes. So Will says, yesterday my time, because it is 2:08 a.m. in New York, my wife threw me a farming simulator birthday. Oh, that is so cool. Dude, that sounds like a good wife right there. A farming simulator party. That's amazing. Yeah, it's same time zone here. I'm down here in Florida, so yeah, same time zone. Uh, Sorry was about the StreamDB page for this week. And oh, gotcha. KJ says, haha, I get it. I spent $350-ish on a new mic and headphones. Oh, man, I don't even want to get into what I spent for my setup. So I tell you what, I'm going to give a shout out to my wife. She is an amazing woman. I love her so much. She has been so incredibly supportive of me being able to do YouTube, that before, with my old equipment, it was taking me 6+ hours just to render a video. I would record the night before and do my editing the night of, and then let it sit overnight and just let it do its thing. It was really old, really slow. It was just garbage. It was absolute like a potato. And she let me save and scrimp and do what we needed to do to be able to get a new laptop. I bought a brand new MacBook, and now I can do the same exact thing. I can live stream, to whereas before the computer I had before couldn't live stream. All that stuff. So the computer I bought was like $2,500. Like, it wasn't cheap, kind of thing, because I knew that I wanted something that was going to be kind of future proof, quote unquote. And I knew if I was going to spend the money, I was going to want to really kind of go all in, kind of thing. And then she let me spend $100 on a microphone, and I've had headsets, and I had real good headsets, so that's what I use for when I'm streaming now. So it was just one of those, like I said, big shout out to my wife. I absolutely adore her and love her, helping me make this happen. This was kind of something I've been chasing for a while, and we finally got there. Finally got the setup I wanted. Because if you listen to my early stuff, like some of my original content, then versus now, night and day difference. The sound was like I was recording into a potato, to where now it's a lot cleaner, a lot crisper. The video quality was terrible because I was streaming from my Xbox to Twitch, and then downloading the content from Twitch and then reposting it after editing and all that stuff. So it was just one of those, it was just garbage. The microphone I was using was just a gaming microphone that plugged into my controller kind of thing. It was just terrible. But now I've got a legitimate setup. I'm really thrilled with it. And yeah, night and day difference. But where it all started was that Xbox, that original purchase, and then playing on the Xbox, streaming and doing all that. So that's why I have such a hard time of letting it go, is because all that money was invested in that. And this will eventually be the backup, and I'm sure eventually I will default to the PC or to the Mac kind of thing. So we'll see how that goes. KJ says, but gaming is my hobby. Between that and camping, there's a lot all my money goes. And then I tell you what, camping is ridiculously expensive for what you can get into. I'll tell you that right now. The tents, the all the camping gear and equipment, wow, you can spend a pretty penny on all that. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you. This is a hobby. I mean, don't get me wrong. If this turned into something, if this is something that I could turn into full time, I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. I would love to be able to say that, I'm doing well enough to be able to make a career of this kind of thing. Who knows? Maybe one day. Keep my fingers crossed. Keep a positive attitude, and just keep on working. That's what I'm gonna do. That's why I'm here until almost 2:30 in the morning. 5 hours later, is to build something. So that's what we've been doing. Slowly but surely, we're doing it. Will says, how can I send you a message on Facebook or post something? So Facebook, I believe Facebook Messenger is what you can do. So you can message the page directly, kind of thing. So feel free to reach out to me on that. You can send me pictures and send me communications that way. But I think now that we finally got that contract done, 5 hours later almost, I think we can finally call it an evening, call it a night, because I tell you what, I'm really glad I got a nap in today. I'm really glad. I would have been probably calling it a lot earlier than this if that wasn't the case. But I want to thank every single one of you for coming out and hanging out today. I had an absolute ball tonight. It was an amazing time. Oh, just absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. And we got tons of stuff done. I'm thrilled with what we were able to accomplish tonight. But I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing that shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you have a fantastic day, night, evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care.